vaccines over time.
As part of the integrated healthcare delivery, one of the top priority in that is health promotion. Lifestyle changes, healthy lifestyle.
In one of the biggest breakthroughs in recent years, Nigeria made history with the launch of the EGFR testing kit for early detection, screening and diagnosis of lung cancer. This new tool is not just a win for the healthcare sector, but a life-saving advancement for many Nigerians.
Currently, we have a lot of linkages, collaboration with international who are willing to come so that we can conduct our own researches, including clinical trial.
Although challenges remain, the milestone attained these past 64 years, particularly in the health sector, tells a powerful story of resilience, determination and hope, a journey that continues to unfold with each passing day.
I quite agree with you, Uche. It has been a journey of survival for Nigerians in their efforts to access quality and affordable health care. But then, there is hope for a better tomorrow. Many thanks. And here is another exciting story. Many women in Abuja are keying into the Every Home a Garden initiative of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. They have found the program to be a powerful way to connect with nature. Some of them are not just growing food, but cultivating resilience, self-sufficiency, and a sense of empowerment. Correspondent Alika Opanachi Arua shows us how women in Abuja turned their backyards into sources of strength and sustenance.
Those places we find food stored and sold are a pretty recent inventions. The first supermarket in the USA opened in 1949. Before then, our food came from forests, fields, gardens, and backyards.
Virtually every day, I consume from my garden. I never thought of planting cassavas. Like last year, I had just 12 sacks, but this year I'm having about 25 sacks.
Today, many women like Pamela, Nimat, and Amodatu are stepping away from the grocery stores and embracing their independence by nurturing their own gardens. They are not just growing food for themselves, they are expanding the community's food supply. Those remarkable women, right here in the Federal Capital Territory, have fully embraced the Every Home a Garden initiative led by the Nigerian's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Their efforts go beyond just planting vegetables, fruits, and herbs. They are rearing chickens, goats, rams, and even fish. It's incredible how self-sufficient they have become in almost every aspect of agriculture. Nimat is really pushing the envelope with her hydroponics and greenhouse farming, taking her home garden to a whole new level.
You don't really need soil in this type of farming. All you need is liquid nutrient like fish water and some other liquid nutrient from natural organic liquid nutrient from our plants.
And then there's Amodatu. Her passion for growing her own food has made her to transform nearly every available space around her house into a garden.
Is this ogele you want to take? Is it shoko? Is it ewedu? Is it dandelion? Is it ebolo? Anyone you need, water leaf. I have them here. So at any time I feel like taking them, I just move to my garden and pluck them.
The FCT Mandate Secretary isn't letting up either. She emphasized that the ultimate goal is to create widespread awareness and inspire even more women to start their own home gardens.
This Every Home a Garden initiative of the First Lady, the Renewed Hope Initiative, has really gained grounds. At least you've seen a little of what we've done. We have really reached people from all the 6 local government areas of FCT. It just tells us one story. The woman is actually the support system.
As we look forward to the grand finale of the Every Home a Garden initiative, there is exciting news. A grand cash prize will be awarded to the top gardener, recognizing her hard work and creativity. Long after the event is over. But beyond this competition, there's a shared hope that the spirit of this initiative will continue to thrive, encouraging women to sustain their own gardens and strengthen their communities long after the event is over.
Yes, Alika, this initiative matters to me as well. I'm warming up to win the grand prize because I also have a garden in my home. If you're in doubt, why don't you pay a visit? Thanks a lot. And on this note, we conclude the correspondence this week. Do join us again for another interesting package next week. From all of us here, it's bye for now. And God bless Nigeria.
Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are written. Kola nuts last long in the mouths of those that values it. He who thinks is leading when no one follows is just taking the walk. No matter how hot you hunger, it cannot cook here.
Nigerian proverbs, timeless lessons from our ancestors. Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency. Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you. It is Tech Mode. Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Agebenu Omoha is a graduate of Benue State Polytechnic, Ubokolo, from the Department of Graphic Art. He's very passionate about his work and has made it a point of duty to add value to young and aspiring artists. He goes from school to teach different aspects of art expression.
Fuel stations in Nigeria increase pump price of petrol.
Nigeria and Japan seek closer ties to deepen trade development, food security.
Senate describes circumvention of financial autonomy for local government areas as exercise in futility.
Now, good morning, Nigeria. Today, we continue our conversation on Nigeria's legislature 64 years after independence.
Well, Claire, we have to continue from where we stopped yesterday. You know, the guest had so much to talk about, but we were, you know, pressed for time.
For time, and the conversation was, you know,
quite robust.
Yes, quite robust, and getting heated as at the time we're almost around.
So today we have more time for them to speak on it.
Hopefully.
All right. Nigeria has had 25 years of uninterrupted democracy since 1999. This has invariably stabilized the country's legislature, making it live up to its name as the bastion of Nigeria's budding democracy.
Of course, and yesterday, like we said earlier on, we began conversation on the legislature in Nigeria 64 years after, and we were joined by, you know, different guests. Professor Kibir Mato, a political scientist, was one of them. He was here with us in the studio, and of course, during his contribution, he hinted, of course, at the history of Nigeria's parliament, which, of course, he traced to 1999. He said that was when it really began, and that the legislature is still a learning process. Professor Mato also explained that though the legislature had done well, there were still fundamental lapses and problems that needed, you know, to be corrected.
We also had Dr. Ita Enang, former Senior Special Assistant to the President, National Assembly Liaison Senate, and Senior Special Assistant to the President on Niger Delta here in Abuja. He commended the progress of the legislature in Nigeria, but said that state houses of assembly have not carried out duties given them by the Constitution. Dr. Enang also expressed concerns that the National Assembly at the national and state levels are not carrying out enough oversight.
Indeed, and you know, when that came up, that was when the conversation started, and you know, every one of them, yes, got heated up, and every one of them, you know, had to weigh in on that contribution, and of course, we didn't quite exhaust, you know, the angles to that. And our third guest also that was here in Abuja, an honourable member, Ejiro Francis Weaver, who is Chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Rules and Business, member representing Ughelli North and South, Udu Federal Constituency. He raised concerns over the lack of understanding of the functions of the legislature, and that's on the part of the people. And he also insisted that for implementation is the job of executive, who should, according to him, be held accountable by all Nigerians.
And that's true for us to have separation of powers. Dr. Abel Daniel Ochigo, retired Deputy Clerk, Administration at the House of Representatives and President, CEO, Creativity Management Consultant, joined us from Jos, Plateau State. He rated the legislature high in the area of quality bills, but said they must do more to ensure bills that pass achieve set targets.
Indeed, and he was one that stirred the hornet's nest.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. And, you know, he had so much to say. And we will be glad if, of course, he continued with our conversation today. As we said, some of these guests will be here, and alongside a few other faces that you may also be familiar with. But at this point, let me pause to welcome you formally to Good Morning Nigeria. And it's a beautiful Should I say beautiful? Well, it is a clement Thursday. The skies are clear. The weather is fine. But I don't know.
Despite the...
well, you don't... Yes, we don't know what the atmosphere is, but I can tell you it's not palatable. I am Claire Adilabu Abdulrazak. Welcome to the program.
And I'm Ademola Adeoye. Let me also welcome you to today's program. We are reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. As usual, Chukwudi Okoli-Ugbaja will join us later for the newspaper review, but that will be after the news with Dennis Adeguloye. Hello, Dennis. How are you this morning?
Very good, thank you, Ademola. Good morning, and good morning, Claire. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the morning news. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and other oil companies have increased the price of petrol, with prices ranging depending on the petrol stations. For NNPC Limited, it rises from 855 naira to 998 naira per litre in Lagos. The increase in the price of petrol was first noticed at pumps at all NNPCL filling stations in Lagos State. It was said that the increase might not be unconnected to the fact that NNPC Limited ended its exclusive agreement with Dangote Refinery, thereby opening up the market for other marketers to buy petroleum directly from the refinery. And what this means is that NNPC will no longer be the sole off-taker of the product, and other marketers can now negotiate directly with the refinery. The federal government says it will continue to strengthen ties with Japan as part of measures to deepen trade and exploit more opportunities in areas of infrastructural development, food security and healthcare. Vice President Kashim Shettima gave the assurance when a delegation of the Japanese government, led by the outgoing ambassador of Japan to Nigeria, Matsunaga Kazuyoshi, and presidents of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, Tanaka Akihiko, paid him a visit at the presidential villa, Abuja.
Covers widely, but we need to make lots of efforts in health and medical sciences, encouragement of startups and in manufacturing, and power transmission in energy sector, and agricultural development. And so these are major areas that we agree to promote in the coming years.
The Senate says attempts by some state governors to circumvent the recent Supreme Court judgments on financial autonomy for local government councils in the country is an exercise in futility. This is because it intends to amend all relevant sections of the Constitution to ensure full financial and administrative autonomy to the third tier of government. The legislators were reacting to allegations that some governors want to use state assemblies to enact laws to enable them to continue to draw funds from local government accounts.
All states and local governments to fully comply with the recent Supreme Court judgment
will alter any aspect of our Constitution, amend any section of our laws to ensure full autonomy to the local government administrations in this country, so that it will be recognized fully in action and in fact as a third tier of government of the Federation.
And justice delayed is justice denied. This was re-echoed in the House of Representatives, where lawmakers called for an efficient justice delivery system that works for all Nigerians. This resolution of the House followed a motion on the floor seeking public hearings towards addressing perceived delays in justice delivery in the country.
In some states of the Federation, cases at the High Court, which by their nature ought to be dispensed with within months, lasts between 4 to 5 years before judgment is delivered.
Of the number of persons in our correctional facilities, I can say that over 60 to 70% are people who are awaiting trial.
Well, that's the news for now. Good morning, Nigeria continues shortly with Claire and Ademola after this break. Please stay tuned.
My administration took over leadership of our country 16 months ago at a critical juncture. The economy faced many headwinds and our physical security highly impaired. We found ourselves at a distant crossroad where we must choose between two paths: reform for progress and prosperity, or carry on the business as usual and collapse. We decided to reform our political economy and defense architecture.
At break time, when my champ needs to keep going, he's going to need his favorite snack, made with the crunchy goodness of Niger-grown maize, malt, cocoa, and milk, containing calcium, iron, and fiber.
Break time is crunch time, so give your champs this delicious crunchy delight to keep them winning all day. Milo and a Snacks, snack of future champions.
Milo! Can you flex your vocals for us? It will. It could be one of your songs, by the way.
People fall in love in mysterious ways.
So why did they call you Able Child?
They called me that when I was in school. That was my nickname then in school.
Any reason in particular why they called you Able Child?
Yeah, because I was actually one of the brilliant students.
That answer right there. You must be, if it's not on this board, problem. That means the people that answer this survey, they have body odor. Hey.
Nigeria means a lot to me.
And Nigeria means peaceful cohesion.
My country.
We continue to pray, and then hopefully we will come to understand that unity of purpose, unity of living together.
Our ethnic beliefs and background and culture is our strength.
Ever since the amalgamation period of 1914 to date, about 109 years ago, the people of Nigeria live very peacefully with one another.
I think diversity helps a lot to enhance robust development in Nigeria.
All over the country, you have so many ethnic groups, over 250. That is enough to tell you that this is a blessed country, and that God has kept, together as one indivisible entity.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we swear in color, with undying demand, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry life. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Flag stays down, Nigeria straight back in the game.
The scene's here, the Nigerian super with yours, that is fabulous,
Super Eagles of Nigeria against Libya. The blockbuster encounter is right here on AfroSport TV. Don't miss the action on Friday, October the 11th at 5 p.m. West African time at Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. It's Nigeria versus Libya on AfroSport TV. Be there.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria. Time now to join Chukwudi Okodu-Ugbaja for newspaper review, but that will be in just a moment.
Well, Chooks is here. Chooks, good morning this beautiful morning.
Why would I not be here? News and current affairs should never ever fail. Demo, good morning. How are you?
Great.
Claire, how now?
I did.
Brighten up a bit. This look you have is not customary. You compete with the sunshine, you know, occasionally. Make it happen.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Well,
it's okay.
Thank you, Chukwudi. Thank
It's
you.
okay.
Welcome. Thanks
Bless
for joining
you.
us. Yeah. So let's quickly start with the Daily Sun. And the Daily Sun begins with Senate in rowdy session over local government autonomy to tighten rules on local airlines, presses for minimum of 5 to 4 planes before operations. And then the lead caption, outrage over fresh petrol price hike. The Sun story confirmed as PMS cost rises to 989 per litre. I don't know where this is because I bought more than this yesterday. Food
No. In Lagos, it's 969. In Abuja, it's 1,000 plus. It varies from, you know, southwest.
Yes, but this one is misleading. It should put in Lagos because it's not 989. I was buying more than this here in Abuja before now. Yes, so it varies. Anyway, according to Daily Sun, food, stuff, transport fare, others skyrocket. Labour talks tough. Okay, and reps task federal government and food security. Call for urgent implementation of Exports Prohibition Act 2004. Kenduje dismisses North Central APC stakeholders' 7-day resignation ultimatum. Says group leader needs mental examination. Page 27. Tinubu, Jonathan, OBJ, others to grace Iwayamu's burial November 1. Adequate security measures in place, that's LOC, and Plateau killings, 3 family members, unborn baby killed in renewed attacks in Bokos. And Middle Belt elders reject regional government, fear majority ethnic groups will marginalize minorities. That's the outlook from Daily Sun. Okay, let's step ahead to leadership. And leadership leads with a number of stories on the front page. We start with Supreme Court on local government autonomy, says Senate. It's trending just below the nameplate there. Concerns over Nigeria's rising mental health cases, as of course today is World Mental Health Day. Details of that is on page 7. Labour laments new petrol pump price as queues resurface. Details of that on page 4, but it comes with a number of riders. Unions demand clarity on end game. Liter of petrol now between 1,040 naira and 1,200 naira. FG unveils convert now, pay later portal for CNG. Now, world ranking, only Covenant Varsity makes top 1,000. Middle Belt elders, of course, I had already read that before. Only 134 LGAs in Nigeria are open defecation free. That's UNICEF. And cholera kills 13 in Niger. Above the nameplate, federal government to strengthen tertiary education and strikes. And Of course, the picture here, Pope Francis holds a banner with a Lebanese flag as he meets with people on the day of the weekly general audience in St. Peter's Square at the Vatican yesterday. Ademola.
Right, I have the Daily Trust newspaper with me, and just below the nameplate, we have PDP crisis. Party leaders clash over Atiku Wike. Details of that story is on page 13. NNPCL, MPA, 507 others score low in Transparency Accountability Report. That's the story is on page 23. Bandits kill 11, abduct others in Katsina communities. Details on page 6. And the headline story reads, NLC demands petrol price hike reversal. Federal government denies involvement as NNPCL adjusts cost above 1,000 per litre. It is unbearable, citizens, and new pricing unfavorable to us, Ipman. The details of that story can be found on page 4. Concerns over hurdles to mental health care in Nigeria. Details on page 3. Woman, 4 grandchildren die after taking PAP. The story is on page 20. Federal government finalizes plan for zero VAT on pharmaceuticals. And also Plateau LG poll, voting extended amid hitches. Chokes.
Yes, Demola is a ding-dong affair. Was it...
Demola is a ding-dong affair.
Yeah, was it Ole Patoyinbo or Ernesto Konko when football got stalemated? They had a way of... It's a ding-dong affair. The petrol thing has become a ding-dong affair. I'm even, you know... I'm even, you know... Is it excited? Yeah. Interested in the fact that the NLC can still speak up about this matter. I think the situation has almost knocked everyone silly, apart from, except the NNPCL, that is, you know, at the helm of affairs concerning
I think
this.
everyone is just tired.
People are tired. Actually,
besides the fact that the price keep going up,
yes,
you don't even have the petrol to buy.
No, yeah,
it's
not having the petrol to buy.
Yeah,
Immediately I read
petrol stations
yesterday or 2 days ago that the off-taker role of the NNPCL is no longer there. That means go and get your petrol from Dangote. I knew that something was going to happen again. So I think it's at this stage you begin to actually expect some stability, because the Petroleum Industry Act has kicked in, as it were, fully, you know, which we have been evading because this ill wind has not been blowing neither Claire nor Chukudi, you know, good, including Demola. It's unfortunate in the sense that if you actually speak to people in government, they don't have a lot of choice. They are left between the rock and the hard place concerning revamping, bringing back life into this economy. What we ask, we are not economists, is the measures being taken, are we sure they are the best? Are there options that we could have gone for and all that? Otherwise, the truth is that government is practically broke. They told us, they made it clear to us that even what we needed to service, I didn't say payback principle, the loans, it was beginning to outpace the earnings. So something had to happen. The question we ask at the end of the day is, are we doing it in a dialogue situation? Has action become so unilateral that the ordinary Nigerian feels estranged? The communication that is required. Yes, the president communicated when he broadcast to us on October 1. But I feel that the agencies, not the president this time around, please, the spokespersons should still speak about these things so that Nigerians would feel that we are in this fight together. You know,
someone said yesterday, during Vox Pop on the
Please
stations.
push up your voice a bit. Have you been dazed so much by petrol price?
Permit my countenance.
It's okay.
Yes. You know, they say don't look at the face.
Yes.
It is what is coming out.
Yes.
All right. So someone said yesterday that it will seem that price fixing now for petrol has become arbitrary. It's no longer controlled by the so-called market forces, because I don't understand the metrics anymore of the market forces. Today, the price, it's like you turn on your tap.
Yes.
You turn it off, you turn it on at will. Because I really did not understand. Permit me, I'm an art student, pure and whole. So I don't understand the connection, the nexus between the reason that NNPC gave, which is that, okay, now I am no longer an exclusive purchaser of fuel from Dangote.
Yes.
The window has been opened for other marketers to buy. And as a result of that, I am increasing, my cost of pump price.
Yes.
So I don't understand how that works.
No,
the logic is, if more people come in to buy, prices crash, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if more people come in to buy, prices crash. But the real leveler of all would be when it is no longer Dangote only, that is the private refinery owner. I mean, it's a substantial, production belongs to Dangote, at the private level. When you liberalize enough, make it possible for other people to join in, at a point, even Dangote, however huge he is, will have to remember that he has competitors on the top.
That is well noted.
So can we move towards that earnestly, since it seems that the Petroleum Industry Act has kicked in fully now?
Chukwudi, again, I know Demola doesn't want to say anything.
I am also an art student.
Demola doesn't
we are just conjecturing so that the experts you bring in would nice it up.
Demola is one of the bourgeois. He lives, yes, he's
your
he doesn't
your
want
days
to
by
say
PMS,
yes.
Demola is demolished by pump price.
You know what? I bought yesterday. No, I'm not. I bought yesterday at 1,075 naira.
Claire,
not even the 1,040.
Is the whimsicality of it. Because some Nigerians are beginning to think that NNPCL wakes up, the other, partakers in this deal wake up. You like say we never raise it in Finijo.
Exactly.
It still remain.
Yes, it still remain.
What if guys go tell you, say, we don't understand these guys again, no. I don't understand what they do.
Chukwudi, it's not funny.
Blame them. Well, it's not funny, but if you don't inject humor into trauma in life,
and God help you,
hypertension knocks on the door.
And God help you,
so
if we are like those, who ride on the four wheels with the, those of us who still use...
into my life.
Those of us who still use, the old Peugeot, and that conserve...
No, if you are still doing that double carburetor that the best line has...
You'll be drinking fuel like this.
No, I'm not in trouble. They are in trouble. They are in trouble.
They are facing all those cars.
Who are they?
Fuel efficiency is it now?
They are in trouble.
So at the end of the day, again, let me repeat. A level playing field that enables even the modular refineries can become part of the deal. That is when the market forces, Claire is talking about woodwork. When you know you are not the only one who can dictate the pace.
Anyway, we have very limited time.
Today, I know there's a lot of mental challenges there in town because of all these challenges that we're going through. And today is
World Mental Health Day. And I'm very particularly delighted at the focus. Mental health at the workplace.
Yes.
So it's not only...
Demola and Claire, because of my experience, I'm dealing with a case of aphasia, sugar, hypertension, and dementia. You don't want to experience that for any of your relatives. I'm handling that in my home now. So when you mentioned mental health, I almost cringe. Many Nigerians, the problem we have on the continent is that we think that it's only when people go raving mad that we should be concerned. Even depression is part of mental health that needs to be looked into. So we need to wake up and recognize the early signs. Because in my own case, they will tell me, if you had come when you started seeing, you know, differences and all that, maybe we could have helped. But somebody said, no, the kind you have seems to be progressive. And it has to do with a blood vessel and all that.
The problem actually is ability to be able to identify when someone is going into depression or when somebody has that mental issue.
When melancholy lasts too long for otherwise very debonair Claire, very cheerful Claire. And it lasts for up to 3 days. For crying out, take her to a doctor.
You know this story of this small boy that trended on social media for a long time. Mommy be coming down, mommy be coming down. And we heard that the woman eventually committed suicide.
Yes.
All right, Chukwudi.
We need to learn how to deal with it.
Chukwudi,
it's frustrating.
We would have talked about the motion yesterday, the floor of the National Assembly on local government, Supreme Court decision on local government. But as always, time just goes.
We have to call it.
Let them just obey the Supreme Court. I don't know what further discussion there is on it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Have a good day, too. All right, let's go for a short break. Good morning, Nigeria. We'll be back in just a moment.
As your president, I assure you that we are committed to finding sustainable solutions to alleviate the suffering of our citizens. Once again, I plead for your patience as the reforms we are implementing show positive signs, and we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
At break time, when my champ needs to keep going, he's going to need his favorite snack, made with the crunchy goodness of Niger-grown maize, malt, cocoa, and milk, containing calcium, iron, and fiber.
Break time is crunch time. So give your champs this delicious crunchy delight to keep them winning all day. Milo and Snacks, snack of future champions.
Milo! A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with the transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrel Jibrin.
It created a difference in terms of representation through interventions that have brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipments will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
You have to move from the point where you protect and defend your religion to a point where you also recognize the rights of the other person, of the other religion, and protect it. So If I am protecting my own territory and my own people and trying to emphasize their rights and protect their rights, I should also be thinking about how to protect the rights of the others.
Both Islam and Christianity recognize and defer to God, and both recognize the temporariness of the life of this world, and that ultimately we all go back to God for the day of reckoning, when everybody will render an account of his life on this temporary abode.
This is still Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Let's now listen to excerpts from our first conversation on the legislature in Nigeria 64 years after independence, as compiled by Oyeyemi Ajayi.
The legislature is doing very well. The first law always is the budget, the Appropriation Act, and that is what the executive has to implement. And every year, the legislature has not failed in carrying out that responsibility. In fact, in the last 5-6 years, it has always done it in such a way that the country has been returned to a January to December budgetary year, such that you could do effective economic planning, businesses, and all of that.
Talk while I was in the assembly. And a number of lawmakers told me, went out to do primaries, and then people tell you, we don't care whatever you are doing there. We just want you to, share money to us and all that. You don't go there and be speaking grammar. What we are interested in is what comes to us. That's why I'm talking about, is it about legislative infrastructure or is about stomach infrastructure? So I think we need a very serious public education for our electorate to understand that the calling of a member, the calling of a lawmaker is not just to come, it's not to come and then get money at all costs and then cheer around and all that. But so let people understand what is lawmaking.
The economic challenge we have today, the way that the economy of this country has descended into, the collapse of the currency is found on the doorsteps of the legislature. Yes, because if the legislature, not the present executive, not the present set of the legislature, is consistent legislature, it is a consistent failure of the National Assembly to find out the level of implementation of the budget. It is the failure of the legislature to find out the activities of the central bank. It is the current state of it is the failure of the legislature to hold the NNPC to account. Quantum of production, how much have we released for our refineries? To what extent has those refineries gone working? Now, NNPC has descended to just negotiating market price of crude, of Dangote. They have forgotten that they gave money for refineries to be revamped, and so on, and so on. So, and the legislature, when it's faced like this, Nigerians should stand up. I believe that we should. The people should stand up, and the legislature should stand up and question the NNPC.
But then, of course, by the time the legislature continues to behave in a manner that is funny, not doing what it's supposed to do, any bill that is dumped by the executive is given expeditious, passage without going through the necessary protocols of legislation. I think that's what Nigerians should be worried about, not when there is peace. And I'm worried when the legislature begins to sing the praises of a sitting president or a sitting governor. It sends jitters in the minds of a lot of people because ideally, people expect confrontation. I don't expect I expect that there should be collaboration, but every
collaboration, not confrontation.
Fine, collaboration, not confrontation. Every arm of government must get its own constitution. Look, it is the constitution that assigns rules and responsibilities to every organ, every level of government.
I'm sure you must have, had a feel of what we had to go through yesterday. It was quite a robust conversation, and the issues that were unresolved or left, unresolved, we will attempt to do that in this episode, and that's why I'm very glad to, of course, be introducing our guests. But before that, let me thank Yemi Ajayi for compiling that excerpt for us. So, Dr. Abdurrahman Abu Hamisu is a political scientist and public affairs analyst, one of the new faces today, but of course a familiar face on Good Morning Nigeria. Dr. Hamisu, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you for
joining
having me.
us.
Good morning, Nigerians.
And I didn't call you Hamisu Rogo today. All right. We also have here, sorry?
Rogo at large.
Rogo at large. We also have here Chairman House of Representatives Committee on Rules and Business and member representing Uele North and South Udu Federal Constituency, Ejirogene Francis Waive. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also joining us from Jos is Dr. Abel Daniel Ochibo. He was with us yesterday. He's the former Deputy Clerk, Administration, House of Representatives, National Assembly, and President, CEO, Creativity Management Consultant. Dr. Ochibo, you are welcome once again.
Very much, and good morning.
Via Zoom, joining us via Zoom is Senator Kairat Gwadabe. She was a senator in the 4th National Assembly. Senator Gwadabe, you're welcome to Good Morning Nigeria. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
All right. So let's kick off from where we started yesterday.
I think we should start with the new faces today.
All right.
Yes. Okay. So that let's have their perspectives.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes. Level was quite to recall, if I may like to recall, we had two different chambers. We had the main parliament, and then you also had the House of Chiefs. Now, both were part of decision-making and legislating for the country. The quality varies according to which chambers you are looking at that time. At that time, the issues before for contemplation for members were mostly issues of independence, issues of self-governance. So the quality of debate was quite robust because the issues before the parliamentarians and was also nation building. So you had that kind of assembly at the time. By the time you come down to 1979, the quality was quite different because the system that was used was a presidential system, which termed a different kind of mode of election into the chambers. And when the members that came were quite energized, and their ethos was equally different. This time, the members that came wanted to come back to restore democracy wholeheartedly. And their energy, their robust discussions was mostly for nation building under the banners of their respective parties. So that's what we had then. Then, fast forward to 83, the same pertained and continued. However, it was truncated. And if you recall, the current president was senator under the 83. So we cannot really say too much about the 83's style of government. After that, we had a very long course of 99. This time round, it was a rebirth of democracy again. Hence, the mindset and of the legislators that came was largely, how do we make sure that democracy survives? How do we establish it? And in establishing it, they were quite, they were torn between instilling and ensuring institutional strength for all institutions, particularly the legislative institution that we all belonged to at that time. As a result, the level of discussion was really robust on ensuring that you secure independence of the legislature from the executive arm of government. And as that went on, you would notice that there was a lot of tussle because the executive didn't want a completely independent, a largely independent legislature. So that's why you kept having changes in its leadership, both in the House and in the Senate. Hence, you found that at that time, the Senate and the House, both arms, were bent on saying, we're learning, and also bent on ensuring that they had robust discussions on critical issues that had to do with the country, because that's the beginning. It was fresh coming out of the military regime, and it was important to set a good pattern. However, if only that was allowed to continue, the system would have stabilized better and evolved to a stronger, more independent, more robust discussions on issues rather than what we find today. Largely, it didn't sustain because the executive ensured that more than 75% of the legislature did not return to the assembly at that time. And so we lost a crop of those who could have helped to continue to put those structures in place. When the other, the different, that was the fourth assembly. So you had the fifth assembly who was grappling to retain that same ethos that you saw in the fourth assembly, and with a lot of difficulties because they too were grappling with this independence issue. Even though there's always an overlap, we say all institutions should be independent, but of course there are areas of overlap. The areas of overlap should not completely overlap any institution that it almost loses its independence. That's what I'm saying here. Now, so gradually we have moved from struggle to institute strong institution in the legislature to ensure laws are made for the good governance of Nigerians, which is the basic reason the legislative arm is established. Today, we've moved to a situation where the legislature is competing with establishing part of the duties of the executive in their respective constituency, which doesn't really, it misleads the public, and the public is largely misled, and they keep making that same demand for the executive arm's responsibility to be brought to them. So as a result, it erodes largely the responsibilities and the strength of the assembly from the natural responsibility, which is to make laws for the good governance of the country. And that's what I'm seeing today, that largely we're moving away from what we're supposed to be doing, and we should try and pull back to that level. Otherwise, we're three legs. The tripod may be shaky and we may not stand strong for the country.
All right, thank you so much, Senator Gwadabe, for your opening remarks there, and she has raised a lot of issues.
Another band of issues.
Yes, just not too far from what we discussed yesterday. The issue of continuity, of the members, having been swept away after maybe about 2 terms, and also, the executive and the legislative arm of government clashing, in their respective duties. Let me come to Dr. Amisu. You were not here yesterday, so let's have your own perspective on this issue, because a lot of people say that the legislature, they expect more from the legislature than we already getting. So what do you think actually are the challenges?
Well, thank you for your question. You see, in every society, what drives conversation and the action people are likely to take is interest. And the beauty of democracy is about aggregation of interest. Now, when you have a misalignment of interest, then it becomes a problem. What do I mean by that? If the first responsibility is to protect public interest, and you choose private interest, then there will be a problem. Because the pursuit of private interest in public spaces becomes what we normally call abuse, corruption, and so on and so forth. So the clash in Nigeria over time is the clash between public interest and private interest.
Okay.
And so people go to office with the promise to protect private interest, public interest, rather. But because they are not insulated from the society, you find them pursuing rather private interest to stay afloat in order to serve public interest. So what the speaker yesterday referred to as public infrastructure has become part of our political culture, because everybody believes if you are going into public office in Nigeria, you are going there to make money. So because you are going there to make money first before you serve us. So the bargain always is what is in there for us, because we are sure that you take care of yourself first before you take care of us by providing the needed public infrastructure like educational infrastructure, healthcare delivery, roads, and so on and so forth. So the first thing is, what do you have for us? So it is not out of place that all of those are happening. But I want to say something which is very critical. In other places that you see the legislature performing, it's not by the writing of constitution to say, okay, this is a constitution, you and I will do A, B, C, D, the other parties will do, just the way we have it in Nigeria. If you go to Europe and other places, legislature is a manifestation of struggles that have taken centuries. The parliament in Britain dates back to 875 AD.
Wow.
Yes. So before you come to 14th century, when there was Orange Revolution. And what was the revolution? The revolution was simple. I needed to clarify this background so that we can come to what is happening in Nigeria. When the monarchs became too powerful, and the poor persons, the entrepreneurs that have the ability to form companies, navigate all the continent in the world in search of what they can take back to Britain, were doing that. Because of the greed of the monarchs, they continue to tax these persons. And these persons have workers that they needed to pay. And they always enlighten their workers to say that, look, we can't pay more because we are paying tax. And these persons want more. And that led to a lot of debate, discussion, rioting, and so on and so forth. So what did the monarchs do? Okay, those of you that are going abroad, maybe we don't have information how the workings are, so can we start talking? This is the basis upon which Parliament was formed. So Parliament in almost European countries that you know is an aggregation of middle class. Those that are in between the poor people and the nobles who are wealthy.
So there is a middle class.
There is a middle class. And that is the concept of a middle class. Those that are in between the poor persons that have been employed and the wealthy, especially the royals. So these were the people that constituted Parliament. And it's supposed to act as a brake on the wheel of progress in terms of the burden that is being imposed on them that they are in turn imposing on those at the lower cadre. So that Parliament is the conscience of the polity. Yeah, I align myself with my teacher, my mentor, Professor Mato, when he said that the Parliament needed to do a lot. And as Senator Kairat Godabi said, so that at the end of it all, it's not about lawmaking because their work is cut out. Lawmaking and then oversight. But for me, lawmaking is not even the problem. The most critical thing that we need is the oversight. So that questions are asked. You don't just present budget and then last year we gave you 8 billion and you didn't do anything with it. No anything tangible that anybody can point to. And we said because it's a government and government is a continuum, we give you 12 billion. So what have you done with the 8 billion? So, and that is where I'm coming to. You see, if democracy should fail today, I will not blame the executive. I will blame the legislature. Because all over the world, we know the way the executive work. And that is why even those that framed the 1999 Constitution, right, said we should have a parliament, not even at the federal level. And one of the mistakes we are making is we look at parliament from federal level. And nobody is talking about parliament at the state level. Nobody is talking about parliament at the local government level. You go to some local government in Nigeria, perpetually you don't even know when the councillors sit. They are there, they are taking their salaries, and then at the end of their 3 years tenure, now 4 years, then there is election and they go back or they don't go back. Now,
I guess with this local government autonomy. We're beginning to see some changes.
But the state has autonomy.
Well, we need, because don't even go there, because that has its own issue as well.
Yes.
You know, we all saw what happened yesterday at the National Assembly.
Yes.
Emotion was moved. But let's keep that, Demola, and bring in Dr. Ojigbo. Of course, who was with us here yesterday, Dr. Abel Daniel Ochigbo, former Deputy Clerk Administration, House of Representatives, of course, at the National Assembly. Senator Irat raised, critical issues about different ethos driving the discussions at the, different stages of the evolution of our legislature. And she mentioned particularly the ethos of nation building that drove, the First Assembly during the First Republic, and then down to, the Second, Third Republic, when, the ethos changed, and then it was, discussion aimed at securing independence of the legislature from the executive. But that has changed as it is now. What are your perspectives to the ethos that is driving the, current National Assembly?
Let's remind ourselves that the stipulation of the Constitution in Section 4, subsection 2, is that the National Assembly shall make laws for the peace, the order, the good government. And I believe that these are all part of the ethos, Such laws, as prescribed in the exclusive legislative list and so on. So the question to us is, have we lived up to expectation within the parameters of these stipulations? And I think that is where the real challenge is. Yes, I listened very passionately to the comments of Senator Gwadabi. And it's very clear, just like we said yesterday, that there is a gap somewhere. And yes, there are success areas, but I think there is a lot to still have done. From the legislature that, like I said yesterday, used to be seen, relatively speaking, as a very timid one, it's reinvented itself to some extent in certain ways, but then there is a lot to be done. And let me paint a comic conundrum here. each time we talk, and I said it yesterday, that part of the challenge, or the challenges that the National Assembly must live up to today, is that we must avoid the temptation of playing to the gallery. What's the comic conundrum I'm talking about? Of all the structures that we have each time we hear of public gallery, I think the one where people recognize so much is that of the National Assembly within the chambers. When the presiding officer sits, particularly in the House, you know, he faces the gallery. That's the public gallery. We recognize the gallery for a number of reasons. That's where we keep our visitors when they come. You know, members of the public can sit there, watch proceedings. We keep important VIPs there and so on. But then, the main business of the legislature is within the hallowed chambers. We call it hallowed. It's so respected. But then, when you don't play to the chamber, you don't play to the plenary, the temptation is that you will soon start playing to the gallery. But the gallery is not your main business. So, I think that is one big temptation. And the National Assembly must watch out for that. Secondly, the issue of sticking to our prescribed assignment, our roles and functions. Today, another great temptation is the fact that, and I think Senator Gwadabe tried to mention something close to that. The doctrine of separation of powers, you know, engineered by the principle of checks and balances. Now, there are certain dispositions that we see sometimes that seem to run counter to this principle and this doctrine. And how do I mean? You know, like someone said, if two of you are the same, then one is unnecessary. And so the temptation by the legislature to always play into the arms of the executive must be watched and must be protected. You are carved out so that you can check the excesses of the other arms of government. And I think we must not, you know, fail in that assignment. And now let me end up by talking about the public perception. Today, the public perception of the legislature is at a very low time ebb, and that should worry all of us. That is outside the fact that, like I said yesterday, most legislatures are held in contempt by the citizenry. And that is understandable because the collective will, the collective aspirations, and if you like, the frustrations of the people, normally they would like to see their lawmakers. Now, let me give you this example. Some years ago, I was somewhere in Nasarawa State to deliver a lecture. And the moment I was introduced as coming from the National Assembly, now you could feel some kind of palpable opprobrium right in the hall there. And I knew I was in trouble, except I moved to heal that mindset. I may not deliver any lecture. And I started by asking them, what do you think of the National Assembly? I mean, it was just an open-ended question. And come and hear the comments, the invectives, and all kinds of unpredictable descriptions of what the National Assembly was. In fact, one told me, say, we see you the same as all of them. And I made it something to laugh about, and everybody felt free. But at the end of the day, I asked them, I said, who is to blame? Who is to blame? And then that was where the solution came. And at the end of the day, we agreed that, yes, we are all in it. The Constitution gives you the power of recall. But have we succeeded in recalling anybody from the National Assembly, even if he or she was not doing well? A friend told me a story that they met somewhere and they knew someone who had signed to recall a member. And later on, they all reneged for whatever reasons. And he asked him, but your signature was there. He said, no. What you saw I signed there was I just signed to collect fertilizer. So, and if you remember yesterday, I said something that we're all in it. The citizenry, all of us talking at all time, most of the time, but we should make sure that we encourage the National Assembly to be what it is. we should not be adding our own baggage of issues to it. Otherwise, I think we are likely to descend into what I call a democratic legislative tailspin, but God forbid.
Opening remarks there. I mean, you have raised some issues as well, like Dr. Amisu did and Senator Guadabe. Now, I mean, we intentionally left you so that you could react to all the issues that have been raised, the issue of the misalignment of interest, which he talked about, the problem between the executive and the legislature, and so many other issues that have been raised today. And just like we said yesterday, it's just the issue of these oversight functions as well. So tell us exactly, you are still in the National Assembly, what exactly is the challenge?
Thank you very much. I got worried when my colleague here, Doctor, used the language that if we have any problem with our current democracy, the legislature is responsible.
Yes.
If you look at that statement, and the realities on ground, you know that that is not true.
Okay.
Take the selection process for legislators, for example. In the state assemblies, it is 100% determined by the state executive. And so you end up having no legislature at the state level. At council level, local government, there's no local government functioning in the country anyway. So it's both the failure of the executive and the legislature at the local government level. At the national level, in those days, those you want to get rid of from states' local politics, you send to Abuja, so you facilitate their victory. And when they fall out of favor with you, you send them packing again, So at the end of the day, it's somebody somewhere pulling the string. So we don't get what we deserve, as it were. So these people that emerge through such processes, what would you expect from that? But having said that, I know that there are many, particularly those of us who came from backgrounds that are not aligned with the party in power in your state. You were able to come out independently, as it were. So there are many who are noble men in the National Assembly and in other legislatures across the country. In the current 10th Assembly, you'll find retired generals, professors, lawyers, doctors, architects, accountants, and then you find the young people too who are very zealous for our country. So, but to use one brush to just look at everybody and say, oh, everybody in the National Assembly is not serious, is after stomach infrastructure and all of that. It's not right. Then you must also look at the costs of our electionary campaigns, the cost of getting elected. Many of us got involved in politics and ran elections to contribute to change in our country. But if you look at what you go through to emerge, the expenditure, now by the time you come out, many people are faced with debts in hundreds of millions of naira. And you begin to think of how are you going to settle that? If you're a man of conscience, you want to live within your means. And if you are very sanctimonious, you want to take an exit immediately. This is not a place for you because you now need to spend that. Because before you pay a quarter of that, your debt, another election is here. And you have to go, it's a circle. And you find that for me, for instance, before I got into the National Assembly, I'm not sure I was owing anybody 1,000 naira. But today I'm sure my debts are in hundreds of millions. And it continues in that way. We must try to change that system of making our elections so expensive. This justification of we won't see you again after the election, so we are taking our own. We should educate our people that that is not good for our country. It's not good for our democracy. If we justify it, and so that's why they're taking it, let them take it, then we'll remain in this circle, and our country will never move forward. But having said that, you look at the quality of the National Assembly, particularly in this republic. I think one of the major problems we have today, people compare what happened in the 8th Assembly with the 9th and 10th. In the 8th Assembly, we had a situation where a different political party ran the legislature, and then Mr. President was from another party. And there was this acrimony, there was this continual fighting, this continuous bickering. And most people began to think that that's what the legislature should be. Man, keep fighting, keep fighting. So when in the 9th Assembly that tempo was not there,
there was collaboration and all that.
There was collaboration, and people began to think, this is not like what we expect. This is what you fight now. In fact, I was, in the 9th Assembly, I was in a TV interview like this, and somebody asked me, not on NTA, another channel, another television station, he said, why are you not fighting? That's what makes it exciting. That's what makes news. You people should be fighting with the president, you know. But if you look at what happened in the 8th Assembly, this country never had budgets for periods of up to 6 months.
Yeah.
And then we were only paying salaries. You couldn't run capital projects. The country suffered. Businesses suffered and all of that. So that began to change in the 9th Assembly. And in the 10th Assembly, we have decided as a body that what we want to do is to objectively look at what is coming from the executive. And many of those things we do, they don't make news. It is the one that bad news is what makes news to most people. Just before we went on recess, for instance, the executive had asked for 15%, an upward review of Ways and Means to 15%. Everybody says we are rubber stamp, we just agree. But if you recall, we beat it down to 10%. It was not in the news, you know. So we are doing our job. You look at the recent debates on the national awards, where we had to call on Mr. President. We did that too in the 9th Assembly when our speaker then, Femi Gbajabiamila, the now Chief of Staff, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, was given a CFR, the same with the Deputy President of the Senate. In this Assembly, we found that happening again. And the same way we reacted then, we reacted. But thank God Mr. President has corrected it. But people will not see that they have been able to speak to the President that this is not right. This is not the proper thing to do. So there are many such debates that goes on the floor. But these are not what Nigerians are expecting. They're expecting a combative situation, a fight going on. But we are looking at what is good for our country, national interest, national development. What can we do to leave this country better than we met it? You know, and for us who are members of the ruling party, our caucus believe that we should engage with the presidency. This issue, how do you want to deal with it? Yesterday somebody was talking about how many budgets we are running. There's this development that happened in this 10th Assembly. A budget amendment was now conceived as supplementary budget. And somebody was talking about several budgets running at the same time. There's a difference. When you amend the 2024 budget, it means that you delete some things that were there and you add some new ones. It's an amendment. But when you do a supplementary, you are doing a whole full-scale addition. You know, Nigerians should be able to understand that. So we did an amendment to the 2024 budget. So if you refer to the 2024 budget today, you will, just like you talk about the 1999 Constitution, you will say as amended. I want us to look at the positive side. There are a lot of negatives. There are many avenues for us to improve, particularly in our oversight. And I'm glad that many of our committee chairmen are ensuring that when we go on oversight these days, the logistics are not provided by the MDAs we go to oversight. And there are a lot of developments. I don't want to be specific to mention names of agencies that have had to get into trouble because of this approach. And you know, in the press, we've had a situation where many agencies have been threatened with being arrested. The Public Accounts Committee, for instance, of the 10th Assembly, has issued orders for many MDAs to refund monies to the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation. That does not make news. But those orders have come to stay. It is now left for the executive to execute them. And that's why we're also proposing in the 10th Assembly an audit tribunal, so that when we finish our job and some agency or an official has been indicted, a probe, an investigative report has come out, the person goes and faces the audit tribunal. Okay. That's what we're working on right now, to ensure that whatever we come out with from our oversight, we give a bite to it. Otherwise, many of these things are now again left at the mercy of the executive. And this is the challenge we have in Nigeria's democracy. Otherwise, in the United States, for instance, you dare not ignore the summons by Congress. You dare not. And then when you appear and you are found guilty, man, you pay for it. People lose their jobs. People face prosecution. People go to detention for that. So the legislature is treated with respect by operatives in the executive. But in Nigeria, we have not seen that happen.
Is it as a result of the relationship between the legislature and the executive that we could not see this kind of thing happen?
No, it's not that relationship. Even if you look at the Obasanjo period, where he was more or less wanting to muzzle the National Assembly, you'll find that heads of ministries, departments, and agencies of government, they responded to the summons of the National. If you don't respond, Mr. President, then he won't take it from you. But then take the 8th Assembly, 9th Assembly. People will not respond and they go on doing their job. Okay, people will not be approved for, cleared for offices. They go on doing their job. So it's as a result of the failure.
Can I interject? Sorry, can I?
Leadership at the executive level.
Can I interject here? You've said so much, and I only hope I can still remember some of the questions I would like to ask you. Regarding the audit, that's very fundamental. Yes. I would like you to give us more insight, you know, on what it entails, the content, you know, and when is it becoming a public, you know, issue? When will the public get to know about it, and how does it work? How will it work? That's one. And then I also like you to clarify when you said that if democracy, Doctor said if democracy fails, the National Assembly should be held responsible. But you, of course, didn't agree to that, and you made reference to, you know, the involvement of state executives. And I'm asking, democracy is simply listening to the voice of the people, and as leaders, giving them a voice and acting in the best interest of the people. And the best interest of the people is, for instance, they're able to go out to the petrol station, buy fuel. They're able to have 24-hour electricity supply. They're able to travel to and fro, you know, safe, pay school fees, security, infrastructure, and all. Are you now saying it is because the blame should go to just the state executives because they allowed people to come to the National Assembly? Is that what you are saying?
No, the point here.
Are you shifting, you know, the blame now to the state executives only?
Yeah, not only, but executives have a bigger role to play in this. I'll give you an example. We have done the Electricity Act. We have amended the Electricity Act, and now it's no longer on the exclusive list. What have state governments done to catch on to this? You know, look again at the way state governments have related to their assemblies. In Edo State, for instance, in the last 8 years, has there been a functional state assembly? And this is an act of the executive. Those are the kind of things I'm talking about. Then come to the national. We here in this 10th Assembly, for instance, the House of Representatives, we have passed the Audit Act, or the Audit Bill, as it were, not yet assented. In fact, it's going to the Senate for their consideration and concurrence. Now, that act replaces the Audit Ordinance of 1956. That's for the good of the people. All these kind of things ensures that there's probity in government, and that built on that, that's where the tribunal, the Audit Tribunal comes up, so that when you are caught by the Audit Act, you face the Audit Tribunal. We are hoping that when this gets to Mr. President... Is it
an act now, or still, you just said it was a bill?
It's a bill at the moment.
So
it's
so
not
it has
yet an
not,
act.
yes. It's
When
not
it
yet an
gets to Mr. President, we're expecting that he would give assent immediately, such that this... And the interesting thing about this is that this is even referred to in the Constitution, but in the military era, it was a military tribunal, as it were. So there's a need to give it a legal backing for it to become a civilian thing.
To give it force.
Yes.
Force of law.
Yes, like the Public Accounts Committee in the military area was military and more tied to the executive. But in the Constitution, the Public Accounts Committee, which is the only constitutional committee, is operating from the legislature. So that tribunal that we are working on now, we hope Mr. President will give speedy assent. When that happens...
Is it a private bill or an executive bill, or...?
It's a private bill. It has to be, because we have got this blame that you do all these probes, you do all these audits, nothing come out of it. And we are thinking, what do we do to ensure that after we have found somebody guilty, as it were, you have said return so and so amount of money, and you pass this on to the executive and nothing happens, and people keep blaming you, what can we do? So we are thinking that the best way out of it is to set up a tribunal, specialized tribunal that will deal with such cases, so that when anybody, heads or agents of any of the MDAs, is caught in the act, you face the tribunal and you know that there's consequence for that. But if you think that if it goes to the executive, you are part of the executive, nothing will happen, then the country won't move forward at all. So there's a lot of improvement that will still take place. This example I've given you is one of those that I expected that the media will pick up. And, you know,
but you're just telling us.
No, but our other paper is in the public domain. Our debates are in the public domain. But you will not get this from the media. Take the discussion on the award for the speaker. You know, somebody moved a motion to amend the original motion that we should reject the CFR. And that motion was stepped down. But the next day, the papers went ablaze. House of Reps refused CFR. And that was not the key thing. In fact, that was not the issue.
That's why when we call upon you, you answer, when you come, when you oblige us, you throw more light, and you know people get to know what you're doing. Now the audit bill.
I think he has raised a lot of issues concerning media as
the forte state
of the realm. Because the way we project, you know, some of these issues as well tells more, you know, to what is happening. It will help to probably change the mentality of Nigerians, because it's what we bring out that Nigerians will react on.
I agree, but I still
yes, because
would like members of the National Assembly to be responsive to press invitations, especially, you know, conversations like this.
You invited me yesterday.
Yes, but you're just one of the few. You're just one of the few.
Just like you said, you say good news is not always trending. It's only the bad news that trends. Okay, we want to go, but you say you want to. Okay,
yes,
I want to respond.
I want to say that I stand by my words.
Okay.
Yes, for the following reasons. If I know, as a person, as Abdurrahman Abu Amisu, who has a family, who has a business, who drives car, and I take decisions for myself, and that I'm going to something that will compromise me, and I will not be able to act, that I will lose my independence if I contest for an election and I incur millions in debt. I think I would rather keep the few millions I have, not to go in there. And this is the point. Now, when Nigerians are grappling with issues around the economy, and what we are seeing today is a fallout of the implementation of neoliberal economy that is impoverishing the people. And the National Assembly cannot have a public hearing to ask questions to a constituted committee of experts that will assist them. And I said this with all sense of honesty. The legislature is the brake of a car. And once the brake is faulty, be rest assured, however good is the engine, it will not function. Because of some obvious reasons. They are the only institution, and let us be frank with ourselves. Why democracy is because it thrives on peaceful means of addressing issues. And out of all of these peaceful means, election is critical. And who makes the law? For elections? The National Assembly. They are the one that can call INEC, even political parties, to say, look, it is criminal to sell forms for 100 million. To start with.
They are the ones that also make laws.
They are the ones that
get
also make
themselves
laws.
back.
That is it. So now you have the opportunity.
But what you
excuse me,
you
sir.
know, when you make these laws,
yes,
the executive also have to assent.
That is the oversight.
Do you remember
that is another?
In 2015
yes,
and 2019,
yes,
compare the Electoral Act.
Yes.
This, how many times we went to the president then in 2015
yes,
for it to be signed? Until the elections came, it wasn't signed.
Yes.
So these are the problems,
yes, sir,
that you must also look
who
at.
said the president cannot be impeached for trying to sabotage democracy? You know, it has mechanisms.
Is it that easy to impeach the president?
You see, my brother, you see, let us call a spade a spade. There are things that today, if the National Assembly is doing, they will be able to win the confidence of the people. They will be able to mobilize the people. And that is why the alignment of interest comes in. For instance, Nigerians are grappling with a lack of fuel, lack of this, lack of that, no good roads. And then the National Assembly is spending, for instance, 57.6 billion on SUVs. And then you want me to come and join you to fight this is the belief among Nigerians. I have to be honest with you. The belief among Nigerians is this, that the National Assembly only fights whenever their interest is at stake. But once the interest is right, we don't. I said this is the popular belief. And that is why when you people are fighting, and that is why somebody is asking, why are you not fighting? Because if you are fighting, Nigerians will, because they know that they are fighting for the interest of the nation. But if they keep quiet, they believe that, okay, they are not fighting for the interest of the nation, whether it is true or not. Now, the issues are clear. Whether we like it or not, National Assembly, the judiciary, the electoral empires have a critical role to play in terms of sustaining development.
You're right.
And
you're right.
Because
but I take exception to this SUV thing you talked about.
Yes.
Because in the 9th Assembly, for instance,
yes,
we were all given, I had a Camry as my official car, and that's what everybody had. Now, judges, even some top executives, they drive better vehicles.
Yes.
I don't see what is the big deal. When I came from the banking sector 20 years ago, I already had a brand new Prado from the bank.
Yes.
And nobody, it wasn't on any newspaper page.
Yes.
But then, as a member, honorable member of the House of Representatives, who traveled a lot at the bank, what was I doing? From my house to the bank and back, and that was it. But this time, I had traveled to my constituency and back, and several oversight visits. And with the state of things in this country, I get a Camry in the 9th Assembly, and the country went wild. And then in this assembly, I get a Prado that I started driving 20 years ago. And then everybody makes noise about it. But I think we are, for an academic who subscribes to this popularist thought, because what you taught us in school, general studies in 100 level, is logical thinking.
Yes.
We have a responsibility, those of us. I saw a professor who made a post. Education budget is this. Meanwhile, 469 people are sharing this.
Yes.
A university professor, I gave him a call. You really believe this post you have made on social media? You taught us in school. Is this money being shared by 469 persons? Have you heard of the National Assembly Service Commission? Have you heard of the Nigerian Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies? Have you heard of the National Assembly Clinic? Have you heard of the bureaucracy of the National Assembly? Do you know that every day millions of naira are spent running the place? So those are the kind of things you think. So you think he now wants to narrow it to say everything is put on a pot and shared among forces. Okay, so when an academic person from that background talks in that light, it worries people like me who think that education is a solution to many of the problems we have in the country.
Yes. Member, please, Dr. Hamisu, please, let's just take a break. Yeah. When we come back, yes, we'll continue because our conversation is on 64 years of Nigerian legislature, and we'll be going to Senator Irat Gwadabe when we come back from this break.
The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together.
I should just move out of the house. Yes.
No. Standing out of the house is not the right thing to do.
Oh, there you go again with your sentimental family stuff.
Baby, if our aim is to stop this affair, it is best achieved under our roof.
You do something terrible, and you'll be acting innocent.
What are you going on about?
Don't ask me that question again. You couldn't even control yourself in the presence of our visitors.
What are you accusing me of, woman?
My son, I don't know how serious you are with my daughter, but there's something that needs to be done urgently before you move any further.
Anything, just anything, just say it. I'm ready to do anything.
There is a spell that needs to be removed.
A spell?
Family forever, the story of our lives.
On AfroSport TV as Libya's Mediterranean Knights host the Super Eagles at the Matazo Benania Stadium in the AFCON 2025 qualifiers on Tuesday, October 15th, 2024, live on AfroSport TV at 8 p.m. West African time for what promises to be an unforgettable encounter in the AFCON 2025 qualifiers. AfroSport, your freedom of sport.
Welcome back, and you're watching Good Morning Nigeria. Member Francis is still speaking, of course, with Dr. Hamisu. Was still on with Dr. Hamisu. But let's go to our Zoom connection where Senator Irat Gwadabe is. Senator, thank you if you're still with us. First, I'm wondering if during your time, that's the 4th National Assembly, if you had a situation where an issue was deadlocked between the legislature and the executive declined to act, act out the legislature's, decisions. That's one. And two, Dr. Hamisu raised an issue about the luxuries enjoyed by the National Assembly members, the lawmakers, and wondered why, they could not extend such luxury to Nigerians by way of even patronizing our own, indigenous manufacturers. And he mentioned the purchase of SUVs and wondered why vehicles and SVU could not have been bought from our own indigenous automobile, manufacturer. Senator Irad, I don't know if you heard my questions. I had two questions and yeah. Okay. Please go ahead if you heard me.
I heard you. The first question that you asked was about the vehicles and if we had issues about it or not. Well, yes, you can still hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. During our time, we had issues, if you recall, of furniture allowances, which was blown out of proportion. But the point is this. There are certain basic things that is necessary for the functioning of the legislature, including them going the type of things on the
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I think we're having some
Yes, we are having network glitches.
I think it's the network issue from where she
is. Senator Irad, I do hope your connection will clear and we will get to share, from your experience and of course how you were able to resolve the deadlock between the executive and the legislature and the other issue, surrounding the luxury enjoyed by the legislatures. But let me ask, member, Professor Mato talked about collaboration and not confrontation. And of course that the National Assembly is popularly known or publicly known as rubber stamp and all of that. Now, what from your perspective is collaboration and what is confrontation?
Yeah, let me even define this rubber stamp. There are legislatures around the world, even in Africa, whose business really is to just rubber stamp what the executive is doing because that's the way they are set up. That's what they are set up to do. In Nigeria, it's not exactly the same. But take the Appropriation Act. It must originate from the executive. There are other places where it could originate from the legislature. Now, here it originates from the executive. And what you do here is to find justification for whatever provisions that are there. And when something appears all right and you agree with it, if you call that rubber stamp, so be it. But then we must look at the areas where you disagree and say, no, this is not right. We cut the expenditure here, we adjust this there. So when you do that, it's not rubber stamp. So, but I think it's popular to the whipping dog to abuse the National Assembly and give all kinds of appellatives, all kinds of derogatory abuses for the role they play. But then you find that like Doc said, that without the legislature there is no democracy really. And the current National Assembly is doing the best it can, and the fight that Nigerians experienced in the 8th Assembly, I pray it doesn't happen to our country anymore. I pray it doesn't happen again. Collaboration means discussion. It means dialogue. You bring in the budget, you first bring in your MTF, the fiscal policy paper. We agree on our benchmark and all of that, volume of production. We agree on what we want to see in our country in the next 3-5 years. There must be that meeting point. Then the budget comes. Then you look at the specific provisions and you question them. Then you go on to do the oversight that is necessary. That is collaboration. But where the budget comes and you say,
we are not looking at this budget unless Mr. President bows before us. It makes no sense. That is, to me, is playing to the gallery that the former NAS official was talking about via Zoom, you know, and some petty, selfish power tussle between both arms, who is superior. And then when two elephants fight, the grass suffers.
When you screen appointees, what specifically and precisely do you look for? Because there are cases where some, nominees, even with some baggages, have passed through your radar.
Now, what happens is this. First, the issue of screening constitutionally is a Senate prerogative. Just like we say that appropriation is the House thing, because by our numbers we can vote them down, and that's why they never want to join sitting, But then, for screening, they are asked to bring in their copies of their credentials, as elaborate as they can make it, and that is sent ahead for study by each member of the relevant committee. Then they make their own input in terms of what they think, their own recommendations. Questions they want to ask. All this happened before the nominee appears before the committee. What most people see is the television show. But before that, these papers have been sent in, they've been scrutinized, the Security Service have been asked to make their comments, their backgrounds check have been done. So you get some of them that are clean and good to go. So what you want to ask such is what they want to do for the country going forward. But then if you have those who have just left service, maybe a senator who is just left service, you don't really have a lot to do in that camera cover, that news coverage time, But these kind of checks take place before the public engagement.
We've almost forgotten Jos. Yes, I wanted to call your attention to that. Let's go to Jos now, where we still have Dr. Uchibo. And Dr. Uchibo, I also want you to speak to this issue of collaboration between the executive and the legislature. I mean, how do you think they can work better, for the betterment of, of the country? And the issue of these oversight functions that keep coming up, and what do you think? How do you think the legislature actually can improve on their oversight function and for the betterment of, the whole country?
Thank you very much. Yes, let me restate that the National Assembly or the legislature, and I think we are all agreed on this, represents, whatever democracy is in the life of any country. It is the scepter, it is the totem, if you like. It is the crown hair of democracy. And there's nothing like it. And by the way, there's nothing like a bad legislature, but perhaps there could be someone bad in a legislature, and we must clarify that. Like Honorable Ejirogene said, and I agree, there are quite several very honorable people, people of worth in the National Assembly. And there are problems. Some of them came hoping on the wrong information. And I've personally encountered this. I've seen members who told me, said, well, before we came here, we were told that after every committee meeting, this is what should be there. Why are we seeing a different thing? And like he rightly said, yes, and they confessed. We came under that impression. But what we are seeing here at the committee meeting is the chairman and the clerk just telling stories and grammar and giving us pieces of paper. So that is a wrong information. And by the way, before I forget, I think the challenge also is that the information machinery of the National Assembly should be well overhauled to liaise with journalists. We have a committee, whole committee on information. And it's not just about waiting for heated moments to start talking. There are issues of education that we must take the public through. And I said it, I think, at one time here. There's so much misinformation about the budgeting process, and people will not know. You call white black, you call black white. And because the National Assembly will always be the whipping, if you say anything that is like, you say, no, you are trying to support, but it's not that. So, coming to the issue of oversight specifically, let me say that of all the roles and the functions of the average lawmaker, perhaps none is as telling. There is none that is, riddled with so much issues. If you see it, it's like a traffic gridlock there, like the issue of oversight. And that is where we must acquit ourselves very, very properly. Now, what is an efficient and effective legislature? An efficient and effective, we use the word effective, but I want to add, as a management scientist, I want to add the word efficient. You don't just need to be effective, be efficient also. An effective, efficient legislature is one that delivers on bills to the point of assent and follow up, like I said yesterday, aka oversight. And if you must do this oversight well, like they say, respect begets respect. And I'm happy the member said that a lot is improving right there, because and I think we are all agreed on this too, the agencies are out there. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. You go to an agency, the agency bankrolls you, transports you, gives you ticket or whatever. Assuming, that is what is going on, then what have you come to oversight again? And you forget that the same people that you collaborate with in some way to do all this, they talk and in the public space there. So ab initio, you've rendered yourself totally ineffective, the fact that you have gone to do this. So I think that as a corporate institution, and even in the individual capacity of members and lawmakers, we all have to come to a system whereby, or to a place whereby we must rejig ourselves. Now, again, I come back to the point. Yes, very, very sound people in the National Assembly. For instance, look at the Senate. I mean, it's becoming a political model now in Nigeria, that you finish your tenure as a governor, you go back to the Senate. And if anyone doesn't come at all, it's either because he was defeated or something went wrong. Now, if you ask me, I don't have issues with that. Let's get the best people. If it's governors who want to vote former governors to be in the Senate, let them be there. But it means that they must add value in very, very measurable and verifiable ways to this democracy, to this legislative democracy. But if all they will do there is an assembly ground, an alumni association of old boys or old girls, then that is where I think Nigerians will be worried. But the fact that we have brought a governor who has the experience, who has gone through a lot to add to the betterment of the nation, I think that is where we should be. So it means that if we must make progress, let the National Assembly rejig itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abel Daniel. Thank you. The time again is beckoning. Let me go back to Senator Irat Gwadabe. Senator, you may wish to take the question and then maybe speak again on the issue of what do you call it again? Constitutional projects. And I'm just wondering, like some of my colleagues are also, with all the abandoned projects, you go to the communities, you see maybe it's one tank overhead, it was a constitutional project, it's abandoned, constituency project, I beg your pardon, it's abandoned and all that. I don't know, is it still relevant?
Extremely. The term constituency project was brought in in the the Fourth Assembly. We took the ideas from some other legislatures. Now, the idea is this, not people misunderstand it. Each department of government, ministries, have their respective budget for a year. Am I still on? Hello?
You are?
Yeah, they have their budget for the year. And in drafting that budget, I'll break it down for you now. Let's say the Ministry of Water Resources decides the part of their budget that year is going to be to provide boreholes in rather than major reticulation. Now, in providing that borehole, then it will be that opportunities will come up where the National Assembly could have the legislative input as to the location of those boreholes. And that's what is referred to as constituency projects. It is the executive that provides the location, and they are the ones that will execute it. However, the collaboration is that the National Assembly member will identify the location where it will be located. And as a result, it is that ministry that should have oversight to ensure that those projects are done and they are functioning. Now, where the breakdown occurs is there's sometimes very little link between the legislature and the constituency plus the ministry. If in a community, a borehole that was brought in may be under the name of that particular lawmaker, National Assembly member, the committee should be set up in that location to monitor the functionality of the project and report to that legislature when it breaks down, so that they can now inform the respective executive sector, which is the ministry, to go and fix it. But so where you see breakdown, that's what occurs, lack of going back and forth and regulating all these are government projects, not necessarily that legislator's project. The only thing the legislator is supposed to do is nominate the location where that project will be done. However, the deadlock that you see will be when the oversight function is being performed by the National Assembly itself. And they push those recommendations. Sometimes the executive does not respond positively to execute this project. And I'm happy that the audit tribunal is going to be in place soon. It is for the benefit of all of us Nigerians. And when it comes to the public misunderstand legislative projects because the misinformation is that the money is given to the honorable member and he now comes and he puts it there. No, the funds are not necessarily given to them. And that is the idea that government, being in the legislative arm, it's not, you're not executing anything. So how can you attract as much federal presence to your constituency? It's a struggle to get that done.
Well, thank you very much, Senator. We have to cut you short here because of our time is well spent. So we just want to thank you very much for your contribution on today's discussion. I'm talking about Senator Kairat Gwadabe. She was Senator in the Fourth Republic, Fourth National Assembly. Thank you so much, Senator, for coming on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, let me just thank Dr. Amisu, Abdurrahman Abu Amisu, political scientist and public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for your contribution this morning.
Thank you for it.
And Honorable Waive, thank you, Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Rules and Business and member represented Ugweli North and South Udi Federal Constituency. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
All right, so we hear more from you. Also, we want to thank Dr. Abel Daniel Ochigbo former Deputy Clerk, Administration, House of Representatives, National Assembly, and President, CEO, Creativity Management Consultant. Thank you so much, Dr. Ochibo, for joining us yesterday and also today. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you so much.
All right, indeed, we'd like to say thank you to everyone who's joined us for this conversation. The conversation has been very robust, but it hasn't ended yet. We'll find time again to revisit this topic. And I'm Claire Adelabu Abdulrazak. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm Ademola Adeoye. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Located in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State, and about 60 kilometers northwest of Benin City, Nigeria, is this area that holds a remnant of the Nigerian lowlands forests that once formed a continuous 50 to 100 kilometers wide belt from the Niger River west to the Dahomey Gap in Benin. It is the Okomu National Park, formerly called the Okomu Wildlife. The park's vegetation is a typical Guinea-Congo lowland rainforest and is characterized by a mosaic of swamp forests, high forests, secondary forests, and open scrubs. Common trees include Ceiba pentandra, Celtis zenkeri, Triplochiton scleroxylon, Antiaris africana, Pycnanthus angolensis, and Alstonia conguensis. The rainfall at the park area is between 1,524 to 2,540 millimeters per year. The soils are acidic, and the park has a wide range of flora and fauna, and is probably the best example of mature secondary forests in southwest Nigeria, and indeed very unique.
What makes Okomu National Park unique is not far away from its nature and character. And being a rainforest ecosystem is very unique and uncommon in Nigeria. And its rich biodiversity stands it out in Nigeria ecosystem. And then followed by the attributes, the fauna and the flora that exist in it.
Being a forested national park, one would no doubt take into account its significance to human existence.
It plays a very important role in sustaining the environment. First and foremost, is very key in carbon sequestration. And it's also very important in soil maintenance and soil forming factors. And again, another importance of it is that it helps to control erosion and helps in the purification of air that we breathe. The air that you breathe here in a common environment is different from the air that you breathe, for instance, in Benin City or in Lagos. So it's more healthy to be in a common environment than to be anywhere else in Nigeria because of the unique role it plays in balancing the elementals in eco-forest region.
With the national park within Edo State, we are sure of the reserve, we are sure of the trees, and that is also contributing in accumulating the carbon dioxide that the people are, giving out, and thereby helping us in the area of decarbonization and helping us in the area of climate change, a fight against climate change. And then we have a protected reserve of trees that are giving us that tourist attraction and giving us animal protection and also giving us an ecosystem that is eco-friendly with humans.
Okomu National Park is one of nature's gifts to the nation, situated in Edo State, Nigeria, which is of tourism significance.
There are a lot of tourist attractions in Okomu National Park. One of it, as you know, is the forest composition itself. The plants, the animals, the bacteria, the insects, the butterflies. They constitute the tourism attraction as a whole. But specifically, we have things like the tree house that is 140 feet above ground level, that when the tourists climb up and stand on top of that platform at 140 feet above ground level, you are able to have a panoramic view of the forest and see those things that you couldn't have seen when you are on the floor of the forest. And then we also have other ones like the hanging bridge across Arahwa River, also in Okomu Forest, where students and visitors, domestic tourists and international tourists come and like to have experience of it every time they are in the park.
Yes, the tourist has a lot to say at Okomu National Park. The park has diverse fauna with 33 species of mammals, including African buffalo and the endangered African forest elephants, chimpanzees, dwarf crocodiles, warthogs, grass cutters, Mona monkeys, red river hogs, leopards, porcupines, pangolins, duckers, and antelopes, among many others, which are often more visible to tourists during the dry season. The white-throated monkey, which is one of the rarest monkeys in the world today, one of Africa's most threatened primates, and one of the 2 monkeys endemic to Nigeria, is found at the park as well. Butterflies and birds are abundant, making it one of the best places for birds watching in Nigeria. The park has over 700 species of colorful butterflies. About 150 species of birds were identified, including Angolan peter, gray parrot, fish eagle, hawks, woodpeckers, great owl, different varieties of hornbills, spintail, and negro fish, to list but a few. Visitors can stay at chalets built on stilts, surrounded by fig trees that are often occupied by Mona monkeys. Guides are available for forest walks, which will point out such things as termite nests and the many medicinal plants. The Okomu River, which flows across the length of the park, as well as the Akwan stream, provides visitors opportunity to engage in water sports such as fishing, boating and canoeing, and other water-related activities. Several of the plants available here have enormous medicinal value, yet another contribution of the park to human survival.
This is Camellia ivorensis, commonly known as black afara, as you can see. We have another subspecies, but this one is identified by the knee root system you can see here. It doesn't have buttress, but the other one has buttress. The phytochemical contents of this particular tree can help to solve malaria problem. The status of this plant we are seeing is abundance. It can be found in all the compartments of Okomu National Park. The girth of this tree you are seeing here is approximately 3 meters, and the height is approximately 50 meters. It has been here for over 80 years. So you can't find them around except here in Okomu National Park, because the rangers have been able to protect the park effectively, and that is why you see them. This is Bacteria fistulosa. It's here in Okomu National Park. It's ornamental plant, you see. And one thing striking about this plant, it doesn't allow climbers to come close. No climber will dare it. To twine this tree is not easy. The ant will provide security for this particular plant. I think you understand. So if you want to harass them, you just hit any of the branches, you see the ants coming out. They do another thing. As you can see, the face of these leaves now is very, very bright. They can only manufacture food very well when their leaves are very open, so that light can come, they do their photosynthesis and whatever. So this ant do another thing. They try as much as possible to clean up the leaves of this plant so that the plants can breathe well. That's the relationship. The local people believe that this plant can ward off witchcrafts, and the leaves, the local people also believe that the leaves could be used to drive evil spirits. So it's abundant here in Okomu National Park.
For this national park, that is of varying importance, it's just natural that it is cherished, accorded the desired importance, and of course protected. While park rangers are saddled with the responsibility of providing the needed protection for the national park, the National Park Service does not do it alone.
The relationship between Okomu National Park Management and the supportive communities, they're very cordial, as the relationship with the communities is significant to the protection of Okomu National Park, as it were, because these are the people who surround the forest, and you have to interact with them maximally to enable a good cooperation and sustainability of the park resources. So we used to have regular interaction and meetings with the communities and the communities' heads and opinion leaders within the different communities. The Benin-speaking communities, Robo-speaking communities, the Ijaw-speaking communities. We interact with all of them equally with a view to protect the national park.
Because of the importance of this national park, our ministry have been collaborating with the people, especially in the area of security. I must emphasize here that one of the major things that has affected forests, not just the national park, in many forest reserves. Today you have some numbers of forest reserves, but when you go to those places, you will not see a single tree. The threat has been because of people who go in there to lodge illegally, illegal lodgers, and because we noticed this, we have collaborated with National Park in the area of providing protection of this forest. We have our forest rangers and our patrol team, even up to the marine police in the rivers that surround this national park, because on the west and the east of this national park we have rivers. So we have allowed our security personnel to always provide a patrol system where they protect the forest against illegal lodgers, against farmers that are encroaching. Like I mentioned earlier, we make sure that we don't allow farmers to encroach on this reserve area. Illegal lodgers are not allowed. So we did not relent. We have increased that partnership. Presently, we are working with a foundation known as Annie Foundation. Annie Foundation is coming to partner with us and as well as the National Park to collaborate and bring the community, because we believe the community engagement is very important. And we are going to train forest guards that will be employed within the community, able-bodied men that are qualified. That's the criteria. And we're going to give them training, because we believe that if we have the people on ground to protect the forest, then it will be well protected. The best way to hold a thief is to give them something to hold on your behalf. Say, okay, you know what? I have this money, please keep it for me. We believe that a thief will not steal from himself. That's the method we want to employ by partnering with Anna and Annie Foundation and with the National Park. And that is all the modalities and the MOUs and all other things are in place now, and we are working on them. And once that is closed, we are increasing that our partnership and collaboration to make sure we protect the forest and protect both the animals, both the trees and everything within that place.
Collaboration plays a key role in the sustenance of the Okomu National Park, a resource of great importance. The park's management understands this, hence giving it a priority.
With a national park so close to Okomu Oil Palm Company, being our neighbor, for me it's a natural thing to do, is to work together with the park. Also remember though that even though we're a company, we are a farm, and you know the animals have no boundaries, to be honest. So we do see a number of buffalo and animals similar to that who wander across to our side every now and then. We also have buffer zones where we do not plant any of the crops, which we leave naturally, but which also correspond and link with the national park. So that's very important for us as well. So there is a corridor which allows animals to have substantially free movement between the two of us. So we feel that because we are also part of the natural surroundings, that it is of essence that we work together, because what affects us affects the national park and vice versa. So it's very important that we have the synergy together and we make sure that the park remains pristine for generations yet unborn.
We have a very good relationship with the national park, that the community and the national park. Even when he invited me to the Fallen Heroes Day, I think, though I was not able to meet up, but I sent my chief to go that place to represent me very well, because I know that place, we are all the same. So we do go to do everything together.
The need for continuous enlightenment of the public on the importance of protection and sustenance of the national park cannot be overemphasized. Therefore, the Okomu National Park does not relent.
The participation of local communities in park management is key to sustainability of the national park resources. Because of that, we interact with the communities via our conservation education outreach program, and that is a key unit, subunit in ecology and resource management unit. They go out, identify target groups like women group, the farmers, the fishermen, and the students. And among the schools, secondary schools and primary schools, they have been able to establish conservation clubs where they are able to disseminate conservation education and ideas to the peoples as we catch them young, and the communities too. We've also been able to work in collaboration with BioPharma and etc. to carry out training programs for the communities in terms of how to build up goat keeping, poultry, snail farming, and etc., to build their capacity in these various skills.
Although one cannot boast of absence of deviance in totality, the message of the Okomu National Park on the need for the sustenance of the park is penetrating. As a matter of fact, members of the support zone community hold the park in high esteem.
Establishment of this national park in Udo community, we found that there is a very big development in our community here. So we so much love it and we value the national park. We want it to be with us here and even to upgrade it more than like this. So we so much value the national park. It has showed us so many things that we're supposed not to see this time, especially the children of nowadays. Sometimes you go to the park, you see so many things in that park. You see some trees, some ropes, some leaves, some animals, birds, even butterflies that you have not been seen outside here. They are all there. So we, the community, I know we, the community, not only the ESF, but we, the community, we value that national park.
Indeed, the Okomu National Park ought to be cherished by all. This is a nature's gift to Nigeria, situated in Edo State, South Nigeria. To heighten the level of positive relationship between Okomu National Park and its surrounding communities, the park's management takes seriously its corporate social responsibilities as a way of giving back to the communities that host it.
We, as a service, in particular, number one is to employ junior staff from amongst the catchment communities. And then we've also been able, in time past, to respond to their requests in terms of generator for schools, benches, and distribution of notebooks to secondary schools and primary schools within the vicinity. And we are doing a lot more. Right now, some NGOs are carrying out, and including the park, carrying out a socio-economic survey to assess the needs of this community so that we can respond adequately and get them to cooperate and support the protection of Okumu National Park.
This forested national park, without any doubt, provides the desired action against climate change. Hence, destroying it is not only an offense against the state, but also an offense against humanity. It is purely a natural laboratory for research which widens our horizon in knowledge. This natural asset, which has been kept for years and satisfies both our health and tourism desires, is surely a blessing. A visit to this fascinating forest environment will trigger the urge for more visits to this Nigerian National Park, a true home for nature lovers.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Disaster occurs on frequent.
International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment.
Viewers at home, my name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdulkarim. I'm the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine, the Center for Alternative Therapy. We have brought you a lot, and in Greenland Natural Medicine is divided into 3 sections. You have a section that goes with pure eye treatment. If you have any kind of eye problem, eye-related problem, just give us a call on that very number you have on your screen. We also have the one that has to go with what we call the traditional physiotherapy. Most of you will say, well, what do you mean by traditional physiotherapy? This is an exceptional therapy that we do in Greenland Natural Medicine. This therapy takes care of most of your pains the kind of pains you have been suffering from for years or ages, and you notice the pains are not going, they are rather getting worse and worse. And you notice your arthritis is getting severe pain. You are getting these pains through your arthritis, and the rheumatoid arthritis too is becoming worse and worse every day. Please, with this traditional physiotherapy and some of the drugs we'll give to you will help you a lot to take care of your pains. We also have the section that goes with what we call fertility area. If you have any kind of fertility issue, which is maybe you have been married for 2 years plus and no issues, please just try and give us a call on this number you displayed on your screen. The second one is, or let me say the last one is, the aged people, please. If you have prostate, any kind of prostate issue you have, be it is cancerous or is benign prostate or is just hyperplasia or there is prostatitis, please just give us a call. This number on your screen is available for you to have a full details about Greenland Natural Medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine is widely. We have things that has to do with high blood pressures, that has to do with your insomnia, for those who cannot sleep very well, and for those who have any kind of health challenges. We only handle health issues here. We don't have anything that has to do with other things. And please, our products are well satisfied for your consumption. They are well NAFDAC approved, and if you have any kind of health challenges that has to do with your eye, just as I've said earlier, if you have any kind of eye-related issue, be it your glaucoma, your cataract, your pterygium, all those things, we have specialists on this who are trained in India, and they are here to give us the best and the best in alternative medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy. And also, I would just like to talk a little about your prostate health today. If you have prostate as a health challenge, how do you know you have prostate? That's the first question. First and foremost, there are so many symptoms you noticed about your prostate health. Be it frequency, that is, you frequently pee or you try and visit the restroom with urgency. You notice you have to go very fast before you, if you are not there before then, it will come up. And you notice your body being stained all the time, you don't like it. You just get embarrassed and so on. And also, the second option is, if you notice you have prostate, you notice the kind of pains, sensation at times. It's not regular to everyone that has prostate, but you notice this regular sensation when you want to urinate, you notice some painful sensation that comes out. Sometimes you notice you get dehydrated easily because you are getting scared of taking much water. If you take much water, you notice your bladder feed up early. And what you notice is, after the urination, you notice as if the urine is not up. You cannot empty your bladder. That's what we call emptiness of the bladder. If you notice you are not emptying your bladder, it's another challenge generally. Please, don't let your prostate get worse to a level where your PSA, some people PSA can even get to 50, 100 and so on. But please, as much as possible, this prostate gland is something you need to be checking at age of 40 upward. Try and check your prostate health. Advisedly, a medical advice. Every man
Nigeria, Japan seek closer ties to deepen trade. The Central Bank of Nigeria, the Bank of Industry and Development Bank of Nigeria commit to empowering women entrepreneurs. Nigeria spends 490 billion on treasury bills, interest payment in 9 months, while oil prices rise on Israel-Iran conflict, fears and U.S. stamp. Asia-Pacific markets gain after S&P 500 and Dow Jones hit new highs. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Benny Adams, your guide. to have you here at this time. It is that time we bring you up to speed with happenings in the world of business, from the market square to the boardrooms transacting businesses. And now we'll start by telling you that the Nigerian government says it will continue to strengthen ties with Japan as part of measures to deepen trade and exploit more opportunities in areas of infrastructural development, food security, healthcare. And the State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports that Vice President Kashim Shettima gave the assurance when a delegation of the Japanese government, led by the outgoing ambassador of Japan to Nigeria, Matsunaga Kusuyoshi, and President of Japan International Cooperation Agency, that is JICA, Tanaka Akihiko, paid him a visit at the presidential villa in Abuja.
Our area of collaboration covers widely, but we need to make lots of efforts in health and medical sciences, encouragement of startups and in manufacturing, and power transmission in energy sector, and agricultural development. And so these are major areas that we agree to promote in the coming years.
And Nigeria. Next year, we will host the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 9 in Tokyo. We will invite all African leaders and the private sector leader too, in order to strengthen our relationship between Japan and Africa. So today is a very good timing to have the president of JICA, and also to discuss variety of the project and how we can expand our cooperation in the future.
Now the Senate says attempts by some state governors to circumvent the recent Supreme Court judgment on financial autonomy for local government areas in Nigeria is an exercise in futility. This is because it intends to amend all relevant sections of the Constitution to ensure full financial and administrative autonomy to the third tier of government. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports that the legislators were reacting to allegations that some governors want to use the state assemblies to enact laws to enable them continue to draw funds from the local government's account.
The Court of Nigeria ruled that all funds due to local governments in Nigeria from the federation account must be paid directly into the accounts of local governments. This ensures that local government councils operate without undue interference or control from state governments.
The issue of financial autonomy for local government was raised as a matter of urgent public importance, but divergent views from legislators led the Senate to resolve to a closed-door session. At the end of the session, the resolutions were read and adopted.
All states and local governments to fully comply with the recent Supreme Court judgment
will alter any aspect of our Constitution, amend any section of our laws to ensure full autonomy to the local government administrations in this country, so that it will be recognized fully in action and in fact as a third tier of government of the Federation.
Now, the Chairman Revenue Allocation Mobilization Fiscal Commission, Mohamed Bello Shehu, has described the traditional rulers as not only the custodians of tradition and culture, but pillars of stability and development in Nigeria. The chairman stated this when some traditional rulers from Nasarawa State, led by His Royal Highness Abdullahi Amigwa, the Osana of Kiena, paid him a visit in his office in Abuja. And speaking on behalf of the leadership of the delegation, the Chunmada of Akwanga, Dr. Samson Gamuyari, explained that they were in the commission to request that 5% of the allocation of local governments, which is constitutionally approved for traditional rulers, should be deducted from the source and allocated directly to the respective traditional rulers to ensure proper accountability and compliance. He commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for the resilience and courage to identify with the grassroots to ensuring that the third tier of government is given its rightful place of pride following the Supreme Court ruling which granted financial autonomy to local government as provided in the Constitution of Nigeria. And now to most current issues. Following the successful launch of 2,000 compressed natural gas tricycles, on the 1st of October, the federal government has launched a portal that would ensure youth not only benefit but also participate in developing the CNG project. Olenka Ojo reports that the Minister of State for Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, stated this in Abuja.
I therefore use this opportunity to call on all youth who works within the commercial transportation sector, for those who have interest in joining the sector, to enlist.
We are also saving the nation in terms of the cost that is typically spent on subsidy on petrol.
We will also do our best to make sure the CNG tricycle given to our members will make very good use of it, and to make sure prompt and successful repayment of the tricycle, because it's not given to us free of charge. We have to pay it back.
Well, promise made and promise being kept, though it is a process. And to shed more light on what this means for the economy, we have joined virtually the Minister of State for Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, and also with me in the studio is the President, the National Commercial Tricycle and Motorcycle Owners and Riders Association of Nigeria, Sani Hassan. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me start with you. Okay, great. Let me start with you, Honorable Minister. On 1st of October, we saw the launch of 2,000 tricycles, and just 7 days after, that is exactly a week, we are seeing a portal being launched, and I've had statements from you saying it's not about connection, it's not about who you know, and it's not about tipping one or two people to be a beneficiary. Tell us how this portal is going to be working in terms of transparency, and is it about just allocation? What's the criteria? Is it spread across the 6 geopolitical zones? Tell us more about it.
Thank you very much. I'll go straight to your question, and like you know, like we know, we're Nigerian, that people want things to even work the way they think it should not work, or the way they think it should work. It depends on the perspective. And we make this clear too. I've seen, even in 1 hour, you will see 50,000, 80,000 people on the portal and all that. And I made it clear when we're launching the portal that it is for the former informal youth, those that are in line with the tricycle, that are working with the Association of the Tricycle. That is why we work in an hand with the PCNG. They're just to pilot and see that, okay, it's youth and those that need it. Not an empowerment, not for those of you that you are in office, you're getting a little thing and you think you need to get the tricycle again. So the tricycle is for the former youth that everybody will not go to school, everybody will not have the time to get this English done and all that. But we have those people who are down there. And what the objective of a tricycle is to lessen the transport fare, not for anybody. And what we are saying is this: we want to achieve that objective so that the common man on the streets will feel the effect of the CNG. And again, like the gas station is not everywhere right now. Well, it's a process, like you said. It's and we're working towards a process. Those places that they can have them, I know that Kogi, Ekiti, Abuja, we're going to Kwara. Those that have a gas station will get it right. But between now and December, the PCNG initiatives are working very hard just to see how and how we are going to partner with everybody. So you have to go to the portal. We have the owner, we have a rider, the association working hands in hand to make sure that those that get it and those that do not get it, the most important thing is that those that need it and those that will make use of it, not just for political saying, not the regular ones that, okay, you put up a tricycle, anybody can just come and take it and go and sell it or do whatever he likes with it or put it in the house looking for someone to give. No. Those, and that is why even myself and the MD of the PCNG, we both put ourselves together and go to their office. We don't ask them to come to our office first. We go to their office. We want to share the view. We want to see how they can come up with their own idea. All of us are putting this together so that we'll make it a successful one. So the portal is opened for those that are in this business, not just to register and said you want to get a CNG tricycle. Those that knows what they've been doing with it before, they call them, I think, thank God they're online, they call them the owners or the rider. They have two set of them.
I have their leader. I have their leader actually in the studio. Well, it's good to know. Let me hold your thought at this point. It's good to know you're not just sitting in your office and receiving some of the suggestions on how to go about it, talking about strategies for effective implementation, but you're going to these people, you are consulting with them. Part of the consultations, I want to know, Nigerians also want to know, first of all, access to this portal. We're talking about internet penetration. We're talking about people who need this thing. And some of them, sorry to say, might not be able to read or write or have access to the internet. Have you considered those ones? Are you factoring that? And like you said earlier on, already you're receiving, the portal is open, and you're already receiving a request in hundreds, and we have 2,000. Though you said it's a pilot. Is there a plan for expansion?
A lot of plan for expansion because, you know, the CNG is not just, even the 2,000 we are talking about, is just a pilot. We must just start something. Something must just happen. Find the hardship and everything is, but how can we just put an end to this solution? So it will not come up in a day. So there's a process. And for those, like you said, and that is why we said we are consulting. We are together with the associations. And whatever they see, however they want to do it, however we want to do it, from our side, their side, we put hands in hands together. Those that they cannot even ascertain the pilots, that is why the association is there. So we give room for those that can and those that cannot, so that everything will work hand in hand.
Oh, okay, great. The president of the beneficiary is actually in the studio, but before I get to engage him, I want to ask you this last question before I give you some leave, then to come back to you. Yes, you've also established the fact that this is a business and it should be handled as business. It's not some sort of palliatives. It's not for free. What are the strategies for repayment? I understand it's going to be a revolving scheme. Have strategies in your consultations? Have you mapped out how this is going to work so that there would be beneficiaries to get to know firsthand?
Yes, I've also tried as much as possible not to discuss that to length out on the media, because everything you want to know, in as much you're qualified and all that, strategy to get it. But the major strategy to get this done, because like we said, it's not just something that you will take off and no, it's you know, the initiative, the body is partnering with the private companies so that we can also do it quick and make it work. So the first strategy is working with the right people that need it, that will make use of it. And it is two things. The reason why we make it so important that the tricycle owners associations are much involved in this is because they know who and who that is driving this. They know who and who that is involved in this. They know those people that can make it happen. And they know those people, and that's the second one, that if using CNG tricycle and you are spending a low cost to fill up the gas, then your price must reduce. Those are the two major reasons. Not that, okay, because you are using CNG and the hospital is using PN and you really need that drive on this CNG tricycle Those two is very we for them to get the payment for the owners and the rider to be satisfied. And we don't only have a prepared stuff for the owners only. We also have for the riders. Even if you cannot get the CNG for yourself and you are a rider, there's also another package for you. So everything is being listed. We are working with the association. The association will give us the right thing and the right time. We put up our own. The PCNG body put their own, the youth body put their own, because we want to assure and we want to make sure that it is working for the youth in the informal sector. So that's what I'll say about that.
Mr. Minister, thank you for the insights at this time. And I want to also say the implementation is what we are looking for, to effective implementation. You mentioned it, that if as a beneficiary you have to reduce your cost, your charge to people that are going to be patronizing you, talking about commuters. We have it in the automobile sector where we have people who have benefited from this free conversion, but yet they are still charging as though they are using PMS. But that's an issue. We'll come back to it. Let me get to engage Sani Hassan, who is the president of the group of beneficiaries. Alhaji Sani, you've heard from the minister, the initiative. He said you've been consulting. First of all, tell me, what does this mean for your association members at this time?
Viewers, good morning. We are very much happy and appreciating the effort of His Excellency, the President and Commander of the Armed Forces of the Nigerian Republic, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, through the Minister of Youth. Actually, we are highly promoted. In the history of transport, we never see a time where minister visited our office, coming down to our office to meet us one-on-one, that showing that we are important, we are the stakeholders. We have to appreciate that gesture given to us. Mr. Minister, we really appreciate you are an action minister, not just minister by name or sitting in the office. He is the action minister and he stands by his words. So the association has a structure whereby we have from the national, we have the state, we have the local government, we have the unit. So these members will be nominated or screened from the unit to the local government level and to the state for final approval that these are the numbers of people from Kano, from Borno, from Sokoto, from Lagos, from any of the states that will benefit. By having those names screened, the state will stand, the local government, the unit will stand as the guarantor 1, the local government will also stand as the guarantor 2. Finally, the state will give their own guarantee, then the national will endorse it. These are the numbers of people we recommend and we endorse and we guarantee that giving them the tricycle, they will use it and we will refer back to the government.
Okay, Alhaji Hassan, now you've given us insight about the repayment plan and the checks and balances to ensure that this repayment is done. Before repayment, it is when someone benefits. What are the strategies for beneficiaries to benefit, for people in your business to benefit? Yes, there's a portal that is open. People will be applying from all over the country. There's a possibility that your members in Abuja who are connected or who are closer to the seat of power, who are very exposed, might want to make the largest number of applications for it. So what is the criteria for beneficiaries? How are you picking these beneficiaries? Is it per state? Is it per geographical location? Is it per population? Is it per the number of membership per state? What's the strategy?
So what we are doing now, the very day the portal was launched, we have already communicated to all our state chapters, local government chapters, and unit leaders that this is what is happening. Currently, quickly go and mobilize our members, talk to them, give them the code, let them apply. Even if you don't have the smartphone that you can use to operate, any other member within the community can as well help you to be registering your members so that you can send it and forward it to the portal. But at the same time, this issue you asked last, that it is going to be on the population or just rampant, anyone that you take first, he will be the one to take all. No, that one will still go back to the ministry or the honorable minister, because if it is what that is going to go per state, maybe if it is 50 per state or if it is 20 per state, so we may have one state that have registered maybe 500 at once. So the other one that have only 50. So that one, it is between the ministry and the presidential initiative and our association. We can sit down and see how it is going to go as
Alhaji Tanko, now that the minister is here with us and Nigerians are also watching and listening, there is no need for us to wait till you go back to the minister. The minister is here. He can just tell us a little bit about this criteria, just quickly, before we free you up.
Answer the question very well. And I also, one of those things that we are trying to do is that we are giving it back to them. I've been saying these terms without number, that we even want, and it's not going to be on CNG wholly. It's going to come in other forms, even in every other areas, even in NURTWs and that, because I found out that there is a gap, and that is why you see a lot of people, a lot of agitation, a lot of discussions and all that against the government. And there is a gap, there is a serious gap between the government and those that are in the street, and which we are determined to close up in whatever area we can close it up. Fine, we will do the digital aspect. Fine, we will do the office, the ministry aspect. But come to the left, to the street, to forget about it. So clear out, we put all those working and we are going to go back. If there are things that we should do, analogously, we will do. If there are things that we should do as regards the portal, or for example, there's some state that for now the gas station is not there, and we have some that the gas station is there. We focus on those states. I think we have like 12 or 8 now, going to 12, that we are going to focus on, and we are going to make sure between them, this is going to you. These are those people that, let's put it together, print it out, have the database down. The 3 teams will sit down together and analyze this and sort it out and make sure that it's going to them directly and those that need it. So it's not about any rocket science. No. Even outside, even with the portal, when anybody opens a website and the portal, there's always a back end. So we'll go to the back end and make sure the things work, and work for the benefit of those that really need it. When it comes to people that you want to empower, national assembly, you want to do the state assembly, you want to do all those things, we'll get to that. But there is active. We want to put down the hardship. We want to try as much as possible, make sure that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCF says it, and he does it. And we can't do that with ourselves. We need to cooperate with those that need it. So we'll go back to the back end and make sure that things are done rightly.
Okay, great. Honorable Minister Olawande, thank you for sharing this thoughts with us and the progress being made. We are going to be knocking at your door to ensure that we follow up to get to know the progress so far. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us at this particular point in time. And quickly, Alhaji Sani Hassan, yes, you had the progress from the minister. I want to hear from you. At the end of the day, though it's a process, but at the end of the day, how would you ensure that the beneficiaries are going to cut their cost, talking about their charges for the passengers?
It's very simple, because the tricycle is branded. It's like one in town. When you see it, you know this is the government tricycle provided by the federal government. So we can easily identify it. Our members are ready. By what they told us, the government told us that if you are buying 1 liter of petrol, maybe at the rate of 1,000 or 1,200 naira. So this CNG will only cost you 200 or 300 naira. So it will work for the same with 1 liter of petrol that will cost you 1,001 or 1,200 naira. So if you look at it, you may have reduction of 800 naira or 700 naira. So you as a beneficiary, in return, you have to do something. We will make you to cut the price of, if you are charging from 1 to 0.2, 200 naira, we'll make you to reduce it to 100 naira or 150, because you are making a lot of profit through this assisted CNG given to you.
Okay, Hassan Sani, President, Commercial Tricycle and Automobile Owners Association of Nigeria. Thank you for being here at this point. Maria, what's happening in the global market? A very quick one.
European markets are slightly changed this morning as investors await the latest U.S. inflation data for more signs that price pressures are easing. The DAX dipped 0.05%, FTSE followed suit at 0.29%. We have CAC, which went down 0.08%. Asia markets traded higher as traders in the region were assessing September data on producers' price in Japan, which rose 2.8% from a year ago. The Nikkei traded in bright green at 0.26%. We have Shanghai Composite, which followed suit at 1.32%. We have the Hang Seng Index at 2.72% positive. U.S. stock futures are a little changing as investors look ahead to the release of September's Consumer Price Index report. Dow futures is low at 0.06%. We have S&P 500 down by 0.12%. Nasdaq Composite follows suit at 0.13%. African markets are trading in red this morning as South Africa JSE Top 40 was down by 0.27%. We have Namibia All-Share Index marginal. That's the global market update. I am Maria Aduzaka. It's over to you, Nambeng.
Thank you, Maria, for that update. And this is where we end this edition of Business Express. We do value your feedback, so keep the comments, observations, and suggestions coming. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube and on NTA's other social media platforms. Business Express returns tomorrow, Friday, at 3 p.m. Do keep a date with us.
Hello and welcome to the news at 10 on NTA News 24. We're reaching you live from Abuja. I am Dennis Adegunloye. Thank you for joining us. Let's begin with the headlines. Pledges continuous ties with Asian giants to improve developments across sectors. Local government autonomy, Senate to counter attempts to circumvent Supreme Court's judgments through constitution amendments. And House of Representatives advocates efficient justice delivery system. We'll begin with bilateral relations. At the State House, the federal government says it will continue to strengthen ties with Japan as part of measures to deepen trade and exploit more opportunities in infrastructural developments, food security and healthcare. Vice President Kashim Shettima gave the assurance when a delegation of the Japanese government led by the outgoing ambassador of Japan to Nigeria, Matsunaga Kazuyoshi, and the president of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, Tanaka Akihiko, paid him a visit at the presidential villa. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
Assuring the Japanese government of enhanced cooperation with the federal government as well as resolving all grey areas involving bilateral relations between the two nations, Vice President Kashim Shettima commended the outgoing ambassador for doing an outstanding job in anchoring the relationship between the two nations, noting that the presence of key actors in the administration of President Tinubu accentuated the importance Nigeria attaches to its relationship with Japanese International Development Agency, commending JICA for its commitment towards strengthening the ties between Nigeria and Japan through its contributions to the development across critical sectors of the economy, especially JICA's donation of a grant of 1.7 billion yen to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control to strengthen the center's diagnostic capacity. Vice President Shettima also acknowledged JICA's assistance in polio eradication, which he said helped Nigeria to achieve polio-free status in 2020. The president of JICA sympathized with Nigeria over the flood that recently caused damage to many communities and deaths, especially in Maiduguri, Borno State, saying the sympathy is special because Japan has been a victim of natural disasters. The outgoing ambassador disclosed that Japanese government has paid great attention to the partnership with Nigeria and used the opportunity of the visit to strengthen the bilateral relationship between both countries.
Our area of collaboration covers widely, but we need to make lots of efforts in health and medical sciences, encouragement of startups and in manufacturing, and power transmission in energy sector, and agricultural development. And so these are major areas that we agree to promote in the coming years.
Japan and Nigeria. Next year, we will host the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 9, in Tokyo. We will invite all African leaders and the private sector leader too, in order to strengthen our relationship between Japan and Africa. So today is a very good timing to have the president of JICA and also to discuss variety of the project and how we can expand our cooperation in the future.
The project is instrumental in elevating the Nigerian ports to meet international standards, extending their gratitude to Nigeria and its citizens for understanding, supporting and allowing JICA to participate in development projects in the country, as they have also visited the Nigerian Information Technology Center and met with Nigerian engineers and entrepreneurs and were impressed with their ingenuity and level of creativity, stressing that it has formed the basis of collaboration with JICA. From the State House, Abdurrahman Jibrila, NTA News.
Justice delayed is justice denied, they say. This was re-echoed at the House of Representatives when lawmakers called for an efficient justice delivery system that works for all Nigerians. This resolution of the House followed a motion on the floor seeking public hearings towards addressing perceived delays in justice delivery in the country. National Assembly correspondent Mitairi Ikpen reports.
The judiciary is said to be the hope of the common man, providing a platform for marginalized voices to be heard and relief against oppression. Lawmakers at plenary call attention to the need to boost and not erode public confidence on the nation's judiciary.
In some states of the Federation, cases at the High Court, which by their nature ought to be dispensed with within months, last between 4 to 5 years before judgment is delivered.
Of the number of persons in our correctional facilities, I can say that over 60 to 70% are people who are awaiting trial.
The public hearing of the Constitution Review should prioritize this issue that have been deliberated
firmly by the House.
To address food crisis in the country, the House advocates implementation of the Export Prohibition Act to ensure food availability and reduce cost of living for Nigerians.
The failure to implement the said legislation over time has led to severe food shortages, high food prices, increased food insecurity, and the loss of revenue for farmers and the federal government.
Lawmakers frowned at incessant cases of building collapse in the country.
We are concerned about these challenges as it affects us as a nation. My prayer is to mandate the Ministry of Works Committee to ascertain the causes and report back to the House within 4 weeks for further legislative action.
The new American ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills, was the guest of Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. They called for stronger ties between Nigeria and the United States.
More deeper cooperations, more mutually beneficial relationship. I have no doubt in my mind you are the right man coming at the right moment.
I really very much in my first months here wanted to have a chance to talk to the Speaker about his priorities, about the priorities of the House.
The Speaker assured the envoy of the support of Nigeria's legislature in his assignment. From the National Assembly, Mitaire Ikben, NTA News.
Let's take you to Plateau State now, and as the collation of votes of the Plateau State local government elections begin, stakeholders are applauding the smooth conduct of the exercise across the state. Let's get more on this from Ndinyang and Diabagyang.
Which held in the 17 local government areas of the state were closely monitored by stakeholders.
Very impressive. We have gone to several polling units. First of all, we started with the collation centers before they started sharing the materials. And the turnout has been encouraging so far from what we've seen, and then voting has taken place. The only little challenge we've seen so far is the fact that some of the apps had not started working at the time, and we're waiting for the technicians to come and help. But so far, everything has been going on very smoothly, and it's very impressive.
So from Barrick and Ladi down to Jos South and Jos North, where I had the privilege of visiting, I've seen a good turnout of people. Yes, the election did not start early in most places because of late arrival of plastic officials and material, and then there's issues with the use of the app. But I'm happy that instruction was clearly given that they should use the manual registrar, and that has happened. And I'm happy to see that the plastic officials are very sensitive to persons with disability, to elderly persons, and to women.
For Plasec, the conduct of voters has encouraged management to improve on its performance in future exercise, describing as rewarding the sensitization carried out prior to the exercise.
We have received tremendous support from the security agencies, Plateau Advisory Consultative Committee on Election Process. We are so grateful.
No case of violence was reported in all the polling units visited, a demonstration of maturity and patriotism. Meanwhile, results of the exercise are being expected as collation begins. In Jos, Ndenyan and Diabagyang, NTA News.
Now, cybercrime is a threat that requires collective responses. It is therefore essential for everyone to be aware of this evolving threat. These are the views of the Inspector General of Police, who delivered his message through the DIG Balat Shiroma at the 2024 Cybersecurity Awareness Campaign in Abuja. Francis Fom reports.
It is a gathering of stakeholders in the cybersecurity and private sector, brought together by the Nigeria Police Force National Cybercrime Center in commemoration of the 2024 Cybersecurity Awareness Campaign Week to share knowledge, expertise, and experience to counter the growing threats of cybersecurity in the country.
Over the past years, we have enhanced our investigative capabilities, invested in advanced technologies, such that the MPF-NCCC has evolved into a national entity, becoming the central hub for addressing cyber-enabled crimes.
In an era dominated by digital economy and technology, securing cyberspace is now an inseparable from securing the physical world.
Your collaboration and support are essential
to ensure that our national cybersecurity strategy is comprehensive and, of course, effective.
No one agency can fight this menace because it's a whole day, because we see thousands and thousands of cases.
With the theme, Secure Our World, the 2024 Cybersecurity Awareness Campaign Week hope to build a secure digital environment where Nigeria is prepared to meet the challenges of the future. Francis from NTA News.
And a bit more on electoral matters. The youth-led electoral reform project, championed by an election observer group, Kimpact Development Initiative, has urged the National Assembly to prioritise constitutional and electoral reforms. Timothy Yusuf reports that the call for reforms comes amid mixed feelings with Nigeria's electoral processes in some recent elections.
The gains in credible elections towards fostering good governance and meeting the developmental needs of Nigerians informed this gathering, which resulted in a nationwide survey by Kimpact Development Initiative, revealing that 57% of over 4,300 youth participants were dissatisfied with the electoral process in the 2023 elections. 94% agreed that urgent reforms are essential to restore more public trust in Nigeria's democracy.
Oftentimes, we see the negative stereotypes that young persons are involved in violence, but now the young persons are saying, no, we also need accountability in this process so that we do not subscribe to the generic statement that young persons are the one fomenting trouble. Young persons are saying, conclude all post-election disputes before inauguration to ensure stability and fairness. That is the second recommendation from the young persons in Nigeria.
The youth-led electoral reform project campaign, supported by the National Democratic Institute and the National Endowment for Democracy, has engaged more than 400 youth leaders, political party representatives, entrepreneurs, social and cultural group members, out of which 87 recommendations were consolidated into 5 key electoral reform priorities. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24. More reports in a moment. Stay with us.
The dreams that our founding fathers envisaged are still work in progress. Every day, we put our hands on the plow, determined to do a better job of it. While it is tempting to focus on what has been left undone and where we have stumbled as a nation, we must never lose sight of how far we have come in forging and holding our country together.
You're welcome back. Now, the National Human Rights Commission has presented its 9th edition of the Human Rights Violations Dashboard for the month of September. Omenka Amarachuku reports that the dashboard highlights the Commission's commitment to transparency and accountability, showcasing the complaints and violations recorded during the month of September. A total of 305,000 complaints were recorded for the month of September.
Each complaint represents a person whose rights and dignity are at stake. We must approach our work with compassion and reason, ensuring that we are not only identifying issues, but also actively seeking solutions for every individual in Nigeria to enjoy the full spectrum of their human rights, freedom from fear and oppression.
The human rights violation data continues to rise. We wish this is one data that we wouldn't want to grow, but unfortunately it keeps growing. However, we have also recorded some downside, especially as regards the killing of law enforcement for the month of 2023. September 2024. So
the reports also show that the violations against non-state actors was at the top of the chart. All right, earlier we told you about the developments in Jos Plateau State with regards to local government elections. And joining us now, live from Jos, we have Caleb Gochin to give us an update on how things have progressed. Hello, Caleb. Just tell us what can you say about the voting, the collation process, and where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. We're having some challenges with the network here, but I'm sure you can hear me. The elections, local government elections in Plateau State went on smoothly. We had interaction with major stakeholders yesterday, and almost everywhere the exercise went on fine. Apart from very few challenges here and there, of the VVS, what the state electoral did was to introduce this system called VVS. But then it worked in almost all the polling units, except in very few. So at the end of the day, they had to go back to manual, checking of the voters. But generally, everything went on very, very smoothly. For now, we are here at the PLASEC office. The results are being awaited, but we learn 5 local government areas have concluded theirs. Local governments of Barkin Ladi, Bassa, Mikang, Riom, and Shendam have come with their results. So those are the 5 local governments out of the 17 that have completed their collation, and their results are here presently. But so far, so good.
Many thanks, Caleb, for giving us the updates from there in Jos. We'll come back to you as things continue to develop. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
All right, let's get some stories from the business sector. Nigeria Customs Services partner international organizations to enhance trade facilitation through extensive deliberations on post-clearance audits. Let's now join Kunle Adeyeye for details.
The Nigeria Customs Service is collaborating with the World Customs Organization, the World Bank Group, and the International Monetary Fund (IMF) to broaden its horizon on post-clearance audit to enhance its trade facilitation drive. At an event in Abuja, Comptroller General of Customs Adewale Adeniyi emphasized that the peer review exercise is essential for establishing a robust post-clearance audit which will ultimately complement the authorized economic operator program, remarking that both initiatives are critical to strengthening the compliance framework and advancing the trade facilitation effort of the service. He also highlighted that the ability to conduct effective post-clearance audits enables the service to detect and prevent commercial fraud, recover lost revenue, and enhance trade facilitation. The Comptroller General equally disclosed that a strong post-clearance audit framework fosters a secure trading environment, ultimately facilitating smoother international trade. The Chief Custodian of Borders said Searchlight will also be beamed on risk management, targeting, developing data-driven methodologies to identify risk transactions, creating detailed audit plans for effective execution, capacity building leveraging international expertise and technology. With business news, I'm Kunle Adeyeye.
And in other news, transforming Nigeria's justice system and addressing the challenges faced by children in conflict with the law remains a critical issue that demands urgent attention. With countless children and young adults incarcerated in correctional facilities nationwide, experts are calling for a rethink of the approach to juvenile justice. Vivian Izadife, who witnessed the unveiling of an assessment on the situation of children and young adults deprived of their liberty in Nigeria, now reports.
It's believed that a child-sensitive justice system that emphasizes prevention and rehabilitation is crucial to reducing juvenile incarceration. Stakeholders are advocating for alternative solutions that prioritize the well-being of young people over imprisonment.
Aware by Legal Aid Act 2011 to provide free and qualitative legal services to indigent Nigerians. Basically, this is the function for which the council was set up.
And young adults in conflict with the law. This event is important and also strategic as it aims at improving the juvenile justice system as well as criminal justice as a whole.
The figure in this report represents a child whose life is at risk of being defined by punishment instead of opportunity and support for reintegration.
Children and juvenile justice, particularly, should be reviewed. And I think focus should be on Chapter 2, Sub 2 of the Constitution. There should also be legal framework harmonization in prisons, or rather the police station, which is the first point of contact.
Children, as we all know, represent the future of any society. Therefore, they require systems and institutions that protect and preserve their interests as they journey through different developmental processes.
The Minister of Interior recently...
All right, earlier we brought you reports from the National Assembly on issues with regards to local government autonomy. And joining me now in the studio, we have a distinguished Senator, Tony Nuye, who was among those who deliberated on the issue yesterday's plenary. Distinguished, you're very welcome to
Thank you.
Use a 10.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, like I said, you're one of those who moved this motion yesterday.
I'm the main sponsor. Other 10 senators are co-sponsors of the motion.
All right, you are. Okay, basically we're talking about the attempts by certain state governments to circumvent the Supreme Court judgment.
Just like my state, Anambra, has already passed a law 2 days ago.
Right, so just
circumvent it.
So just give us the crux of this issue with regards to your deliberations.
Well, the crux of our deliberation is that there is constitutional provision, I think section 287 of 1999 Constitution, that says every organs of government, every court in Nigeria, all the statutes, all the bodies are duty bound to obey the judgment of Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court being a policy court, their decision is final in Nigeria. You can only complain to God, or else it comes by a review if they feel that they have done what we call per incuriam, that's by error. Now, this matter is very simple. You agree with me that more than 20-something years ago, that most of the local governments in Nigeria have been stifled, they have been choked up, they are going to oblivion because few governors are siphoning their money. Some of them are not doing that, like the former governor of Niger State, Senator Bello, who was the governor for 8 years, said yesterday that he never touched local government fund for 8 years. He was the governor. But few of them are siphoning the money for their personal use, for reasons, diverting it for their selfish interests. So the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, through instrumentality of Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, came to rescue of Nigerians by instituting this action on May 26, 2024, and on July 11, 2024, full panel of Supreme Court justices led by Garba Lawal, I think Garba Lawal, Justice of Supreme Court. There were 7 of them: Justice Abiru, Justice Shomayi Emonwosu, Justice Emmanuel Agim, Justice Adume Mo, and so on and so on. 7 of them, full panel, gave this judgment. And the word judgment is watertight. They now, in the judgment, they made mention, from page 28 of the judgment, they made mention that why there was that provision, section 162, subsection 6, which the governors are using as a lacuna to siphon the money, not all of them anyway, few of them, is because before 1999 era, that the local government chairman, 774, used to come to Abuja to collect the checks for them, for their monthly allocation, vis-a-vis coming from traditional accounts. But they now said the framers of 1999 Constitution felt that it was cumbersome, logistical for them to come to Abuja every month to collect the check. They now created that constitution, that state joint account, so that once the money comes there, they will give them their money. But that is not the case. Yeah. So Supreme Court now said, no, that is not the intentment. Because the 36 state governors filed their defense and now use that section 162, subsection 6 as a excuse, say that's a process. The Supreme Court said, no, that is not the intentment.
Yeah. All right, so our time is fast running out, but I need to ask you this as well. When are we expecting this process to be finalized and be ultimately implemented to...
It has been finalized now.
Okay.
It's a final court, right. But what they are doing now is not. But
Supreme Court, no. Constitutional amendments.
Supreme Court, constitutional amendments are on another issue. Yeah. The issue of conduct of local government election for federal INEC to do. That is the issue of constitutional amendment. But right now, there is nothing to amend about that finances. Supreme Court has said, this is what the Constitution... They want to interpret the Constitution. They have said, don't touch the money. In fact, let me tell you, Supreme Court even saw tomorrow. They know that after that judgment, that some state assembly, through the instrumentality of governor, a few of the governors pressurize them, go and pass these obnoxious laws again to collect the money. That they say, no law. Page 33, no law of state assembly will ever encourage or for any state government or anything they create, they are privy to touch this money again. It's a very clear,
absolutely
unambiguous. So it's criminal, let me tell you. Anybody saying go to court, constitutional amendment or what, is on other issues, not on this money.
Absolutely.
Because Supreme Court has given final judgment to. So anybody doing, any local government chairman in Nigeria,
exercising futility,
that gives this money to any state joint account or anything, is going to face the security agencies.
Our time is up. Distinguished Senator Tony Nwoye, Anambra North Senatorial District, many thanks
Thank you
for talking to us on this issue, and no doubt the public are definitely commending the Senate for this stance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we conclude the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Thanks for watching. I am Dennis Adegunle.
Thank you.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Top of the day to you, wherever you are watching. It's your security program, talking about the defenders. This way we give you security talk, security tips, security enlightenment, and every other security-related issue. And this program is brought to you from the stable of the Defenders TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. My name is Babawali Afaladi, and here is another episode of the Defenders program, a weekly television program from the stable of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, aimed at highlighting the achievement of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Dr. Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. On today's headline, Commandant General Dr. Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR, commissioned gun truck and a special tactical squad of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps FCT Command. You're welcome back. It's still your security program. Have we all known that security is a collective responsibility and the precondition to freedom is security? Like we all know that our Commandant General has been working assiduously in order to make this call a world-class organization, and that's why he has to tax all his commandants all over the Federation. And we can see that all these commandants are doing brilliantly well. That brought us to the Federal Capital Territory. During the commissioning of the gun truck and the Special Tactical Force of the FCT Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Commandant Olushola Odumosu said the gun truck would help the Corps defeat the enemies of the Federal Capital Territory. He also said, by the act of empowerment by the Commandant General, the FCT Command is well charged and recalibrated to face crime and criminality headlong. Beside our regular patrol, the tactical squad will be strategically positioned within the territory to ward off criminals, he added. Odumosu charged the tactical team to make judicious use of the equipment and carry out efforts to ensure there is peace and security in the territory. He added that it's one thing to be given the opportunity to perform. It's another thing to continue and show your dedication. But the best gift you can give the Commandant General is making judicious use of this equipment and contributing your own quota to the safety and security of the territory, and equally to see the product of your effort translated into peace and security of the territory, where residents will sleep with their eyes closed. The event had in attendance royal fathers, security agents from both the military and paramilitary, House of Representatives, area council chairmen, among other dignitaries. Let's see how it goes. I'll be right back, and you're going away.
The Director, Security Services FCTA, representing our Honorable Minister of FCT, Chief Barrister Ezenwo Yesamwike, CON, my amiable and indefatigable Commandant General, the man who has come to rejig, to revamp, to reposition, to restructure, and also to change the narrative of NSCDC, the man who has taken us from where we used to be to where we ought to be. And what we see today is not without the visionary support of our amiable Commandant General. The various security heads and commanders who are here present this afternoon. Because of the long list of protocols here, permit me, sir, to stand on the existing protocol, sir. It is with utmost pleasure and great honor that I want to welcome everyone present here today. For me, it is an exciting moment having the caliber of persons here who have not only approved what we do, but have also come to support it. When it was first announced that Chief Barrister Yesamwike has been appointed as the Minister of FCT, the first thought that struck my mind was, it won't be business as usual. I knew we have to redouble our efforts in what we thought we have done best. I knew we must rejig our strategies to match its proactiveness and pace. Part of the ideas to re-strategizing is what we are doing here today. I want to thank my boss, the Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, for his immense support. He not only gave approval, he supported us, the NSCDC FCT Command, with 3 gun trucks that you are beholding over there, and that we are about to commission. Not only that, he also assisted and facilitated the retraining of the officers and men of the Special Tactical Squad that we are also flagging off today over the last 8 weeks. The Commandant General has also assured us that the 3 crime-fighting equipments being commissioned today are just the first set amongst other equipments to come. Can you appreciate my CG for By this act of empowerment by the Commandant General, the FCT Command is now charged and recalibrated to face crime and criminality headlong. Beside our regular patrol, tactical squad will be strategically positioned within the territory to ward off criminals. We are not stopping at this. A special training will soon commence for the retraining of officers and men of intelligence and investigation department. And of course, you know the importance of intelligence in any security operations. We are no doubt repositioning for more effective service provision. Therefore, let the good people of the Federal Capital Territory be assured of our commitment to the protection of lives and property. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a command, we will continue to do all that it takes to rid the FCT of criminal elements. Once more, let me make welcome everyone here for coming to identify with us. We are here to serve, and the cooperation of the good people of FCT with our men in the field is invaluable to our success. Long live Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. Long live the Federal Capital Territory. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you for listening. God bless you.
It will interest you in their readiness and gallantness to ensure they deal decisively with criminal enemies within the FCT and the Please let's appreciate them, please, with a round of applause. You can see that their morale is getting higher and higher, and they're picking up their pace to ensure that no criminal element has a comfortable place or hideout within the FCT and its environment. Please let's encourage this gallant men who are displaying satisfaction this afternoon. Please let's put our hands together for them once again. Thank you. Please do not be tired. Thank you for this very gallant display, please. I'm sure they are gradually making their way out for us to be able to continue with the rest of the program.
You're welcome back. It's still your security program. In the same vein, the Commandant General charged the officers and men of FAT Command to make judicious use of the equipment and carry out efforts to ensure safety of the people and the nation's critical assets and infrastructure. As we all know, NSCDC is statutorily empowered to the safety of nation's critical assets and infrastructure. Let's see how it goes. I'll be right back.
I like to say that I'm overwhelmed with emotions of joy and happiness that the Corps so far has been able to demonstrate and prove, and in fact, be able to carve a niche for itself. The Scorpion, you know that by antecedents, were the product of the military, particularly the Nigerian Army, and that is where we drive our training from. Until today, in fact, when I resumed office, because I'm one of the few beneficiaries of training, one of those who passed through the crucibles of training with the military. I've even attended strategic course with the military. I've attended internal operations training with the military. And so based on that, I've tried to leverage on that professional capability and directed that our trainings must be done by the military. And today, we are able to showcase and prove to you, General Sir, that yes, we have learned actually the thing from you. Now today, we are here to commission some gun trucks. Like we know that actually the nation is passing through a quagmire. And that quagmire is called asymmetric conflict. And they said a hydra-headed problem requires a very rugged octopus solution. And the commission of these gun trucks, perhaps, is one of the strategic ways and methods of providing solutions to this present challenge the Corps has procured a number of gun trucks, and the Corps has distributed it to various states. If you don't know, just know that the Corps has been involved in all joint operations nationwide with all security agencies, most especially the military, the police, DSS, and the Corps. We are involved in all joint operations, all. Operation Hadikai, Operation Wellstop, Operation Ayim Fatima, Operation, all the joint operations. I therefore use this opportunity to ask Nigerians and the civilian populace to give us credible information, intelligence, because we have realized that even worldwide, because when we came, the vision we had for this Corps is to be able to equate and make this Corps to be in tandem with global best practice. With this, let me rest my case. God bless Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. God bless Federal Ministry of Interior. And God bless Federal Economy of Nigeria. Thank you.
We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. To put to work efficiency, humility, integrity in service delivery. With fresh zeal, bringing credibility into concept of security. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. Information networking through modern technology and training strategies. Developing instructors, 24-hour surveillance to secure lives and property. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. We maintain 24 hours surveillance over infrastructures, sites, and projects for the federal, state, and local government, suppressing every criminal activity, civil disorder, vandalization of critical national asset and infrastructure. The NSCDC assists in maintenance of peace and order and in the protection and rescue of the civil population. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC. We are Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
All right, welcome back. It's still your security program. The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI UFR, during the commissioning of the gun truck and the Special Tactical Squad of the NSCDC FCT Command, charged personnel of the Corps not to use the gun truck to harass, intimidate, or bully civilians, but only those who have deprived Nigerians of their sleep. I'm overwhelmed with joy and happiness that the Corps so far has been able to carve a niche for itself. Let me therefore charge my personnel, especially those who are going to be in charge of the use of these gun trucks. These gun trucks must not be used for harassment of civilians. They must not be used for intimidation, molestation, and fundamental human rights. These gun trucks should only be used for those people who actually have deprived good citizens of Nigeria of their sleep. Therefore, I charge you to use this gun truck to do just as I said, to give you the result. And you must do this in tandem with sister agencies. This will have drawing the curtain on this week's edition of the program. If you want to know more about NSCDC, Kindly check all our social media handles as it is displayed on your screen. Security is a collective responsibility. When you see something, you say something. This will be drawing the curtain on this week's edition of the program. After the main, Afalabi Babawani. So we'll catch same time, same station on the same program. I'm out of here. Bye for now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
It is priceless and must be nurtured, so it can develop for it to reflect in society. Because no society can effectively exist and progress without well-defined values and culture. Charity, they say, begins at home, so these values should start from the family. Family values involve all the ideas of how you
Located around the Eastern African region, the Simeon Kingdom, sometimes referred to as the Kingdom of Beta Israel, refers to a probably legendary Jewish kingdom said to have been located in the northwestern part of the Ethiopian Empire. The existence of such a kingdom somewhere in the Horn of Africa was first mentioned by the traveler Benjamin of Tudela in the 12th century. but a late Ethiopian Jewish legend dates the establishment of the kingdom of Simeon to the 4th century, right after the kingdom of Aksum turned to Christianity during the reign of Ezana. According to modern Beta Israel tradition, their forefathers' land was called the Kingdom of the Gideons, after the name of a putative dynasty of Jewish kings that are said to have ruled it. Eldad Hadani mentioned that the tribe of Dan was exiled voluntarily and established an independent kingdom. Between the 15th century and the early 17th century, the Ethiopian Empire referred to the kingdom as Falasha. Another name that was very common in the 16th and 17th centuries was the Kingdom of Simeon, given to the kingdom after the area which it dominated after it lost control over the regions of Dembia and Wigera. Beta Israel consisted of farmers and artisans as well as a religious hierarchy, including a class of ascetic high priest and lay priest. In Ge'ez, a Semitic tongue that became the main liturgical language of Beta Israel. Melekswatch lived separately and adhered to strict purity laws that prohibited physical contact with the laity. On rare occasions, when they came into contact with regular community members, the Melekswatch would purify themselves by immersing themselves in water or changing their clothes. Both types of priests performed animal sacrifices according to biblical decree, a practice that lasted into the 20th century in Ethiopia, long after it had been abandoned in the rest of the Jewish world. The community developed in isolation from the rest of the Jewish diaspora until the 19th century, when they began having wide-scale contact with outsiders. Ethiopian Jews were unaware of rabbinical texts such as the Mishnah and Talmud that formed the heart of Jewish practice in the rest of the world. These texts were composed between the 3rd and 6th centuries, long after the Torah was completed, mainly in Israel and Babylon in present-day Iraq, which was a center of Jewish scholarship at the time. The Mishnah and Talmud marked the evolution of Judaism from a religion centered on sacrifice to one based on prayer. Without these texts, Beta Israel developed their liturgy and a hierarchy of priests, including the Melekswatch and the Keshots, who had families and lived in the general community.
Hello, here is the news update at 11. I am Dennis Adegunloye. The Nigerian government says it will continue to strengthen ties with Japan as part of measures to deepen trade and exploit more opportunities in infrastructural development, food security and healthcare. Vice President Kashim Shettima gave the assurance when he led a delegation, or the outgoing ambassador rather, of Japan to Nigeria, Matsunaga Kazuyoshi, and the president of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Tanaka Ahihiko, paid him a visit to the presidential villa.
Widely,
The Senate says attempts by some state governors to circumvent the recent Supreme Court judgments on financial autonomy for local government councils in the country is an exercise in futility. This is because it intends to amend all relevant sections of the Constitution to ensure full financial and administrative autonomy to the third tier of government. The legislators were reacting to allegations that some governors want to use state assemblies to enact laws that will enable them to continue to draw funds from local government accounts.
So that it will be recognized fully in action and in fact as a third tier of government of the Federation.
Operate without undue interference or control from state governments.
The National Human Rights Commission has presented its 9th edition of the Human Rights Violations Dashboard for the month of September. The dashboard highlights the Commission's commitment to transparency and accountability, showcasing complaints and violations recorded during the month.
Each complaint represents a person whose rights and dignity are at stake. We must approach our work with compassion and reason, ensuring that we are not only identifying issues, but also actively seeking solutions for every individual in Nigeria to enjoy the full spectrum of their human rights, freedom from fear and oppression.
Well, that's the update of the news for now. Join us later at 1 for more.
Every year, nearly 2.3 million women are diagnosed with breast cancer globally. This is not just a statistic. It's a reality that affects families, communities, and entire nations. Breast cancer is now the most common cancer worldwide, surpassing lung cancer. Let's take a moment to look at the numbers. According to the World Health Organization, breast cancer accounts for approximately 15% of all cancer cases in the world. The impact on the individuals and societies is unpleasant. Global Health Digest this week delves into the global burden of this disease, shares inspiring survivor stories, and discusses what governments, particularly in Nigeria, are doing and can do better to combat this challenge. I am Uche Ugochukwu. First, the background reports.
Breast cancer is a type of cancer that results from the breast tissue. Signs of this cancer may result in a lump on the breast, a change in breast shape, dimpling of the skin, milk rejection, fluid coming from the nipple, a newly inverted nipple, or a red or scaly patch of skin. History reveals the oldest discovery evidence of breast cancer was from Egypt and dates back 4,200 years to the 6th dynasty. The study of a woman's remains from the necropolis Qubet El Hawa showed the typical destructive damage due to metastatic spread. The Edwin Smith papyrus described 8 cases of tumors or ulcers of the breast that were treated by cauterization. The writing says about the disease, there is no treatment. Also, before the 20th century, breast cancer was feared and discussed in hushed tones as if it were shameful. As little could be safely done with primitive surgical techniques, women tended to suffer silently rather than seeking care. The lack of anesthesia and antiseptics made mastectomy a painful and dangerous ordeal. Breast cancer has therefore predominantly affected women as it develops from early adolescence, but the risk increases with age, and 75% of cases are in women over 50 years. WHO, in its response to prevent the further reoccurrence of this disease, set an objective called Global Breast Cancer Initiative, GPCI, to reduce global breast cancer mortality by 2.5% per year, thereby averting 2.5 million breast cancer deaths globally between 2020 and 2040.
You're welcome to Global Health Digest on NTA International. In many high-income countries, early detection and treatment options have led to better outcomes. In contrast, in low and middle-income countries, including Nigeria, the late-stage diagnosis rate is said to be high due to the level of awareness. To authenticate these statements, our crew went to the streets.
What is this breast cancer all about? I may ask.
I really don't know. Some people say it's a scam, some people say it's real.
Do you examine your breast?
Once in a while.
Like what time?
Like anytime I feel like it's getting bigger.
Not really.
Why?
Because I just feel it's not really necessary for me.
How often do you examine your breast?
Okay, I actually haven't examined it before.
And now, turning to a more personal side of this story. Breast cancer is not just a diagnosis, it's a journey. We had the privilege of speaking with some survivors, Gloria Orji and Favor Etuke, who graciously shared their experiences.
Whenever I'm having my birth, I do self-breast exam. So in 2009, when I noticed that something that wasn't there was there, I went to the hospital to check it out. I actually had mammogram, had an ultrasound, and they asked me, okay, I should take it out, which I did. And when it came out, they said it was benign, it was not cancerous. That was in 2009. Then 6 months later, in 2010, June to be precise, I came back and I just felt that my upper arm, touched the side of my breast, almost where I had biopsy, that's taking out the lump initially. And when I felt it, I was like, is it the internal stitches of the previous surgery that didn't really dissolve or something? So I called my doctor, and he said I should come back to the hospital, which I did. And when I got there, he checked me and he told me that, oh, it's another lump and that it is bigger than the first one. So I remember I cried and cried and cried because somehow I had premonition that this wasn't going to be good. And my doctor called me and said I should come to his office. I went, and then he told me, your result didn't come out as we expected. You have cancer. And it was a horrible feeling, that kind of finality, as if I wasn't going to be alive. And the next question I asked him was, Doc, how long do I have to live? And he said, who told you are going to die? I didn't really listen to him because within me, I have never heard of any cancer survivor. All I do hear is that, oh, there was a lady that had breast cancer. Even after cutting it off, she still died. So that was the education I had in terms of cancer as at then. I went to the oncology and I started my treatment, the chemotherapy. The treatment is horrible, I won't deny that. My hair fell off, I was throwing up. In fact, at a time, it was so bad that I didn't leave the restroom, I just sat there. And I was to take 6 courses. So you can imagine my fear. Is this how it's going to be each time I am going for the treatment? But I prayed and I asked God to see me through. It was not by my power, I asked God to come with me. So whenever I'm going for any of the treatments, I always pray. I go to church, I pray before proceeding to the hospital. And I make sure that I follow my doctor's orders. So after the second chemotherapy, I discovered that the lump was getting softer. And when I did the third one, it dissolved. And by the time I completed the 6 courses, I couldn't feel the lump anymore. One of the gaps I see in the whole journey is that there was no psychological, a psychologist talking to a cancer patient. You're on your own. You may be surrounded by friends, but you're lonely because nobody understands what you're going through. So I believe that in Nigeria, we need a psychologist to talk to any cancer patients that is, whether newly diagnosed or advanced. There should be a psychologist that not just talking, but even following up with the patient. In the course of my treatment, I discovered a lot of my fellow cancer patients, some would come, some would decide they are not coming anymore. And the doctors actually don't have time, and that is the truth. They don't have time to follow up on patients. Unlike when you have a social worker or a psychologist who will say, okay, we'll be talking to you once in 2 weeks, once in 3 weeks. If for any reason they don't see, they will follow up. The doctors don't have time for that. Because most of the times we hear a lot of things about cancer patients are presenting late, oh, they abandoned their treatment. Of course they will, if there is nobody to guide them. It's scary. One, it is expensive. Two, the side effects is horrible. So you can imagine when somebody is telling you, after going all through these things, you die. So you wouldn't want to go. So it's not just even, like in my own case, I was diagnosed at stage 2. After diagnosis, I followed up with the treatment. So it's not just early detection saving lives. It's also early detection and treatment saving lives. In fact, that is the major thing. So I think a lot of things needs to be done in terms of giving psychological support to newly diagnosed cancer patients and even the ones that have survived. Because sometimes we even feel abandoned after survivorship. It's like, oh, you are now okay. You are now on your own. Sometimes that is where the worst thing happens because the chances of recurrence happens. And for me, I had recurrence in 2018. That was 8 years after my treatment, my first diagnosis. And I went back for treatment. And here I am.
I was diagnosed in 2019 when I first discovered the lump. I just had my last baby then. And also, when I went to the hospital, they told me that no, it could just be because you are breastfeeding, and when you are breastfeeding, you cannot have a lump. But I was sure that it was a lump because I do self-breast examination, which I encourage everyone to always do. And so I went to the hospital, and when they checked, they were like, really, yes, it's a lump. So we had to do a biopsy, and it was discovered that it was cancer. And that was like the most devastating news I've ever had in my life. So, but when I look at my children, I just had to be strong and want to go through the process. But when you tell it to family, you tell it to friends, they just tell you, no, you cannot go through the medical aspects. You have to do alternative treatments. You have to go to God. You have to don't do chemo. If you do it, you are going to die. So that delayed my doing treatment. And it made it like grow from, it was so aggressive that it grew in months, trying to do alternative therapy, trying to feel like, it's not my portion, it's not that. So, but eventually, when I saw that every other thing that I was doing was not working, I just had to go to the hospital, took out the breast, did the treatment. It wasn't an easy journey because treating cancer is expensive, especially in this side of the country. If you don't have, like, maybe NHIS, and there are some that insurance doesn't cover, you just have to either pay from your pocket or look for help, which I had to sort for looking for help out there, begging everywhere to raise funds for the treatment. Eventually, we did the entire treatment, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery, and there's also aftercare and everything I had to do to make sure that I was okay. And after doing it, I'm all right. If I don't tell you that I went through the whole process, you will not believe that I did. If the government can help to subsidize most of the treatment, I think it will help. And if the government also can put more light into it, because it seems like the awareness we are doing is not really coming out much from the government, it's coming out from like NGOs. If we can treat it the way they treated COVID in those days and make it so compulsory, because cancer today is like a pandemic. There's every 2 people you see on the street is connected to somebody that knows someone that has cancer. If you can treat it like a pandemic, I believe that it will reduce the rate at which cancer is killing people. And then also people, if you have been diagnosed, like I said earlier before, it's not a death sentence. It's something that you can overcome. Don't say it's not my portion, or don't say you don't want to do treatment. It's God that gave this wisdom to the doctors to be able to come up with treatment for cancer, and it's healing people. I've been a survivor now for many years, and I believe that if anybody can take that positive mindset and determination to come out of it, they will actually come out of it. And then also people who are preaching to people out there that they shouldn't do treatment, go and do alternative therapy. I wish people like that can be arrested because they are killing people. I've seen a lot of people, they will preach to them that, no, don't do orthodox medicine, come and do alternative therapy. And when they end up doing those things, they die in the process, and they say, hey, it's because you did not come on time or you did not cooperate with the treatment. I wish that there's a body that can regulate such things. People, they take advantage of your situation, and because you are desperate, you believe them. And then also your lifestyle should now form, you should now be living healthy lifestyle. I know that there are some people, just like me, I've always lived a healthy lifestyle. So I would not say maybe it's because I was doing something wrong that made the cancer to come. So now I have to be doing right things. I believe that living healthy should be everyone's lifestyle. So after going through this journey, you should continue doing those good things that you used to do before. And also the aftercare, just like I was discussing with someone recently, when this whole thing stops, it's like life left us behind. When we were going through the treatment, life left us behind. And now that we are okay, we are now trying to catch up with what is going on. So nobody really cares whether you are there or not. The only time they remember you is, okay, maybe like a program like this, they'll be like, okay, please come and share your story. After we share that story, what next? What is that thing that the society is trying to help us to do? I know that there are very few support groups out there that support survivors, but they usually only support those who are going through the active treatment for cancer. But after cancer, you are just left on your own. You are left to pick up your pieces by yourself. I know we encourage ourselves, most of us that are very determined, but there are some that they are unable to go back into the society. They are now left depressed. There's PTSD. I know I suffered that for a while, but they're now left depressed. You don't know what next to do, and nobody really cares. Everybody has issues, according to someone, so they just move on like that. But I feel like that should also be an aspect that we should look out for.
These stories remind us of the resilience of the human spirit. The message is clear. Early diagnosis and adherence to your doctor's treatment guide and the need for patient support programs as part of aftercare. At this point, we bring in the Director General of National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, NICRAT, Professor Usman Aliu, to take us through what is being done here in the country to improve cancer care.
Breast cancer is actually a collection of, say, different forms of diseases that arises within the cell components of the breast. If you look at the composition of the breast, in the breast we have lobules, we have ducts, we have muscles, and we have a lot of fatty tissues in there. And all these structures are composed of cells. So an abnormal growth of any of this composition of the breast can lead to breast cancer. And these new cells that are produced, they have the ability to invade the neighboring tissues and even to be transferred to a distant organ aside from the breast itself, and that is what we call metastasis. It is a disease that is commonly found in the elderly. If we said maybe 55, 60 years above, either male or female. I know some will say, do men also have breast cancer? Yes, of course they do have. Early presentation usually indicates a genetic abnormality or a hereditary pattern within the family of those presenting at that stage, and it constitutes there about, let's say, 5 to 10%. But the large chunk of presentation is in the elderly. Before now, there was actually no agency of government that is specifically meant for the control of cancer worldwide in the country. But this institute was established, and the institute has actually given all that it's required to perform its functions. And what are these functions? Our functions cut across prevention, research, and supporting the treatment of the patients that are receiving treatment, and ensuring that the cancer centers that we have in the country are actually functioning optimally, so that those cancer patients that are in need of these services will not have to suffer or go far to get this very important medication. If we take, like, in the area of prevention, like awareness, cancer awareness, this institute has embarked on so many programs and activities for purposely to improve cancer awareness within the country, within the populace. This institute now is working with 6 cancer centers of excellence, which one is located within each of the 6 geopolitical zones. We are currently working with them to establish a preventive oncology clinic. It is currently ongoing. We have identified these 6 centers and work has already started. Why do we bring this up? It is purely based on the reason that a lot of people want to get themselves screened for this cancer, but they don't know where to go. So we are hoping maybe by the end of this year to complete all the 6 geopolitical zones, our preventive oncology center. And at any time, an individual or person can walk there and get himself screened or ask any information regarding the risk factors, the signs, symptoms of cancer at any time. This is the an initiative of the federal government. It's brand new, the Preventive Oncology Clinic. It's going to be at an affordable price. It's a provision of the government, and we want people to go there. So it will be at a token for people to get themselves screened. That is for the screening. So if you are found after the screening to have cancer, either breast, cervix, or any form, then you can be referred. Of course, cancer treatment anywhere is not cheap. And it was out of that the federal government now established what we call the Cancer Health Fund. But that Cancer Health Fund is purely meant for the indigent cancer patient, those that cannot afford the treatment. Currently, we are working on improving funding. We are liaising, I think we had a meeting, a legislative dialogue with the members of the National Assembly, the well-meaning Nigerians, people that are the philanthropists, to see how we can boost the money that we have for this Cancer Health Fund. The federal government is working with some international companies that produce these chemotherapeutic medications to subsidize the cost of this drug. You know, cancer, as I've already said, it varies. Some of the treatment that we are currently having in the country were done purely based on the researches done with the whites. So currently we have a lot of linkages, collaboration with international who are willing to come so that we can conduct our own researches, including clinical trial, so that specific entities or pathways that causes breast cancer and some other cancers in black can be detected, and an appropriate treatment with less side effects is generated for us to use.
Breast cancer is a collective fight. We can all play a role in advocating for better healthcare policies and supporting survivors. Thank you for tuning to Global Health Digest. We can create a future where no woman faces cancer alone, and deaths as a result are drastically reduced. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Until next week, take responsibility for your health. Bye.
Located around the Eastern African region, the Simeon Kingdom, sometimes referred to as the Kingdom of Beta Israel, refers to a probably legendary Jewish kingdom said to have been located in the northwestern part of the Ethiopian Empire. The existence of such a kingdom somewhere in the Horn of Africa was first mentioned by the traveler Benjamin of Tudela in the 12th century. But a late Ethiopian Jewish legend dates the establishment of the kingdom of Simeon to the 4th century, right after the kingdom of Aksum turned to Christianity during the reign of Ezana. According to modern Beta Israel tradition, their forefathers' land was called the Kingdom of the Gideons, after the name of a putative dynasty of Jewish kings that are said to have ruled it, Eldad Hadani.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to the program from the National Assembly House of Representatives. I am Mitaire Ikwen. It's good to have you join us at this time. The bill seeking the establishment of the Nigeria Surrogacy Regulatory Commission has passed second reading on the floor of the House. Lawmakers believe that the bill, when passed into law, will protect the rights of those seeking surrogacy as a fertility option. The House has also called for a review of the medicines price list of the National Health Insurance Scheme to be in tandem with current economic realities. These form part of resolutions of the House plenary of Thursday, the 3rd of October, 2023, which we will now bring you the highlights.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend unity and uphold honor and glory. So help me God. We have a message from the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I'll go ahead and read the message.
Who are present today to observe our proceedings. Their presence is a reminder of the importance of investing in the education and employment of our young girls in Nigeria. Furthermore, the House is proud to introduce Ms. our leader for the day.
Reform bills by the Federal Inland Revenue Service for consideration and passage by the House. The Nigerian, one of the bills is, the number one is Nigerian tax bill, which should...
Proceedings from the National Assembly. We are reaching you live from the lobby of the House of Representatives, where the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, is already seated in the Green Chamber. Today, Parliament will be having somewhat of a novelty, a special session to celebrate the 2024 Day of the International Day of the Girl Child. The day is actually celebrated on October 11th, and today being the last parliamentary day in the week, the House is observing the International Day of the Girl Child. And we already have some female students who are already seated in Parliament. At this point in time, we'll bring one of the members of the House of Representatives, Honorable Sada Soli, to speak on this special session of the House. Honorable Sada Soli, you're welcome to NTA Parliament.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, so tell us about this special session of the House of Representatives.
Well, it is a special session for giving a heads-on for a girl child, and you know the importance of giving a heads-on for a girl child, because a girl child is the backbone of a family. If you give a heads-on to a girl child, you develop a society, you protect the society, and you enhance the opportunities of a society. Today, the House of Representatives is giving the girl child the opportunity, the platform, at least to showcase the reason why the international organizations like the UN should give an opportunity for a girl child. We're giving them the platform, we have suspended our rules, we'll take them up on the floor, we'll give them the opportunity for the country to see the potentials, the opportunities in the young girls before they grow into an adulthood.
Okay, I would like to ask you, and I'm sure Nigerians will also want to know, beyond this ceremony, how will Parliament look into the unique challenges of the girl child in the country?
Well, you see, we are looking at the constitutional amendment whereby we will accommodate, we'll give, there are amendments of the Constitution that will accommodate the presence of women in Parliament, giving them special seats that will increase the number of them. That is a chance given to girl child. And then in every aspect we do, you know, we have women in Parliament committee, we have the Committee on Women Affairs. These are all opportunities open to improving the opportunities and giving platform to a girl child.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Parliament is giving assurances, the House of Representatives, giving assurances that it will address the unique challenges of the girl child, beginning with providing the platform for the girl child to express herself and realize her full potential. The theme for this year's International Day of the Girl Child is Girls' Vision for the Future. And without further ado, we just take you right into the chamber to see the proceedings.
strength, and pride. It is a day set aside to address issues such as early or child marriage, violence against girls, rape, child molestation, education, deprivation, nutrition, legal rights, and all other issues faced by girls, and to support more opportunities for girls and increase awareness for gender equality. More than 1.1 million girls are poised to take on the future. Every day, girls are breaking boundaries and barriers, tackling issues posed by stereotypes and exclusion, including those directed at children with disabilities and those living in marginalized communities. The protection of the girl child is crucial for sustaining the continuity of mankind as they grow into women and mothers who not only shape the future generation but the trajectory of nations. The House is aware that gender discrimination is a global phenomenon that affects many nations of the world due to patriarchy and cultural stereotypes, while other nations have made giant strides in closing the gender gap. Nigeria is still grappling with these issues, starting from access to education, healthcare, and access to basic amenities. Despite Nigeria being a signatory to the Convention of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, Convention on Child Rights, and many others, like harmful practices like female genital mutilation, is still being practiced in some parts of the country, which is a direct violation of human rights of women and of course girls. The House is informed that recent analysis shows that girls are not only courageous in the face of crisis, but hopeful for the future. According to the World Health Organization, children going into adolescence, especially between ages of 10 to 19, have limited knowledge about the natural processes of puberty, sexual health, pregnancy, or reproduction. This period of their life is a period of rapid development of knowledge and skills, learning to manage emotions, relationships, acquire attributes and abilities that will necessarily be necessary for them to enjoy adolescent years and assuming adulthood. When they are sexually abused at this sensitive season of their life, it affects their growth and development and their overall well-being, leading them to becoming dysfunctional adults in some instances due to psychological and mental trauma. The House is worried about the disheartening high number of out-of-school girls engaged in drug abuse as well. Current data indicates that Nigeria has an estimated 10.5 million girls that are out of school, who are also users of hard drugs. The House is worried that the presence of such a bad number of uneducated youth not only jeopardizes their future, but also poses a threat to the nation's security and socio-economic stability. If desperate efforts are not taken to address these challenges and be intentional to protect the culture, the country will be at risk of raising dysfunctional mothers who are made to protect the home, society, and the future. The prayer. The House resolves that we urge the National Law Enforcement Agency and National Orientation Agency, alongside other stakeholders, to collaborate with schools, community organizations, religious institutions, to educate the public on drug abuse dangers and promote the drug-free lifestyle to make provision for rehabilitation. And also urge the Federal Ministry of Education to devise practical ways such as implementing mobile education, the units or community outreach programs to curb out-of-school girls across the 36 states of the Federation. That the National Assembly to see the amendment on the Child
the House of Representatives in a special session in commemoration of the 2024 International Day of the Girl Child, and 16-year-old female Isabel Anani is seated as the Speaker of the House, acting as the Speaker of the House for some few moments of plenary session today. It is a way for the House of Representatives to indicate that it is ready to provide a platform for the girl child to excel in Nigeria.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Agency, NTA, National Ministry of Education, National Orientation Agency, and other stakeholders by organizing workshops, creating awareness campaigns, and monitoring proverbs to ensure compliance. Thank you.
For the future.
October 11th was a very important day in the lives of girls all around the world. It's a constant reminder of how far we have come and how much progress we are willing to make as Nigerians. The theme of this year's International Day of the Girl Child is Girls' Vision for the Future. For me, I envision a future where every girl, regardless of where she comes from, has an opportunity to flourish, where education isn't seen as a high pedestal privilege, but as an essential tool to equip girls to make important decisions that affect them and ultimately the way they come. According to the United Nations, nearly 1 in 5 girls are still not completing lower secondary school, and nearly 4 in 10 girls are not completing upper secondary school today. As if these numbers aren't concerning enough, they are at a constant risk of harassment and being forced into our associated environments, which simply should not exist. I want a future where we don't have to combat all the overwhelming experiences of childhood and adolescence alone, where girls are discriminated because of their bodily functions and are encouraged when they want to take the mantle in places like politics and STEM, and feel safe and feel like they are wanted. As an aspiring woman in STEM, yes, I'm an engineering student, I know what it's like to be the only girl in male-dominated spaces. However, I don't want to be the only girl. I want to be one of many. I want a future where the healthcare system for girls isn't discriminated against due to the social-cultural factors that so wrongfully exist. Marginalization and living with disabilities, and they are doing so regardless of what society says. I've been able to be on the ends of both tables, fortunately, and been in rooms like this, with change makers, advocates, and leaders who are ardent about change, through my work in advocacy with Span International. That side is hopeful and bright, as the advocates and leaders are willing to make this change. The other end is where I have heart to heart with my friends and people around me who think that they cannot be anything compared to their male counterparts. That end is gloomy and bland. Now more than ever, we need girls to combat problems of climate change, political conflict, economic degeneration, diseases, and global unrest. We need to ensure that for every girl, there is access to healthcare that protects her and understands her needs. charge if she gets the consent here. Most importantly, most importantly, she needs support because we all have a role to play. She needs policies that are made with her interest in mind. She needs opportunities, not just a seat at the table, because anybody can get up a seat at the table. But she needs to get that seat and feel like she can come back because all and let's take the fact that in our call to action, firstly, there needs to be engagement. Girls should be a part of policy making because who better knows what girls want than girls themselves? It should be in things like this constantly. Gender inclusive budgeting and gender inclusive policies should be made for girls to empower and protect them in making sure that they maximize their full potential. Safe schooling is very important because there's simply nothing for girls if she cannot have it.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Also, there is just
foundation for what can be a national reality of delivering quality basic education at scale at the sub-national level. So as we continue to explore together these viable and scalable models of foundational learning and basic education in general, we remain, as New Globe, committed to supporting the NGF and our government partners in the fight to ensure that every girl child in Nigeria has access to quality education. Together, again, through innovative localized solutions and the determination of leadership, we can unlock the potential of every Nigerian girl, and in doing so, unlock the potential of our dear country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oando Foundation, we thank you for improving the learning environment in Nigeria's primary schools through the world-class basic education systems that you create for our communities. I'd like to welcome Tonya Uduemo for your 2 minutes. Oando Foundation, thank you.
I'd like to crave your indulgence to make that 2 minutes, perhaps 3 or 4. Excellencies, Honorable Minister for Education, commissioners here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Today we stand very united with the Nigerian Governors Forum, alongside other partners, sponsors, who have ably put their money where their mouth is, and not just money, but also technical expertise, to ensure that today's event, as well as tomorrow, is or will be a success. The focus of this conference for us captures the essence of our shared mission, one that ensures that no child especially, is left behind, one that ensures that the Nigerian girl child can stand at par with their mates, not just in Nigeria, but globally also, enjoying privileges and opportunities that are the rights of every child. For us as an organization since inception, we have prioritized the needs of the girl child across all our initiatives. Through our flagship program, the Adopt a School program, we have taken bold steps to ensure that girls who are currently out of school are brought back to school. Over 31,867 girls through our Adopt a School program have been brought back to school. 618 indigent girls have been awarded scholarships across the country to transition from their basic primary level education to secondary, and for some of them to tertiary education. For us, it's not just enough to support them to grow and to learn. It's also important to capture their social and emotional well-being, knowing how difficult it can be for the girl child in some parts of the country. the realities that we face today as a nation is one that we find very alarming. 70% of children in Nigeria are unable to read meaningfully or solve basic mathematics, and over 50% of the girls are not attending school at the basic level. For me, I don't think this is just an education crisis. It is a crisis of unrealized potential. Our current strategy as a foundation ensures to leverage or aims to leverage innovative solutions and best practices. We always pride ourselves in the way that we state everywhere we go that we may not be the custodians of all knowledge, but it's critical that where we see best practice being put down by either development partners or other private sector organizations, that we as much as possible extend and scale and replicate where necessary so that the results and the impact will be huge enough for us to see transformation in our nation. As we embark on the strategic conversations of this conference, I want us to remember that the empowerment of the girls, of the girl child, is not just a goal, it is the foundation of a just and a prosperous future. Every goal for Nigeria's development is contingent on the actualization of foundational learning, and the girl child must be at the forefront of this. We must deliberately enhance education financing and make bold investments that are targeted at girl child education. Accountability mechanisms are necessary to help us monitor progress and to ensure that we continually share best practices, because this is the only way that we can move and move at scale. To end this, I'd like to share a quote that I heard for the first time from the former president of Malawi, President Joyce Banda, and she said this and it awoken something in me. She said, and I quote, "We must feel like there's fire under our feet. We must feel like there's fire and act like there's fire under our feet, because we currently do not have more time to waste." Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's truly fire under our feet with the way that we're going and what the statistics is telling us about the education of the girl child. Everyone in this room represents a critical stakeholder, and the efforts that we put into this very important situation can help us either achieve the success that we seek or continue with the current trajectory. I hope we'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Fred, your hair, just stay, don't worry, stay there. Just stay there, Fred.
Regardless of our sector, we all are critical stakeholders in education. We are going to be welcoming the last organization that will be giving their goodwill message today. Platform Petroleum is an indigenous oil and gas company that also supports educational development. Please join me in making welcome Engineer Isaac Yerofu, the General Manager Operations, representing the Managing Director.
Just stay there. Stay there, don't move. James, can you hear me? Okay, frame this man well.
His Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, ably represented.
Go in.
The Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman. The Director General of Nigerian Governors Forum, the representatives of state governors here present, Committee of State Commissioners of Education, Nigeria, development partners, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Platform Petroleum, I am delighted to extend our heartfelt goodwill message for the International Conference on Girl Child Education in Nigeria. This initiative aligns closely with our commitment to empowering the girl child, a cause that is vital not only for the individual growth, but also for the advancement of our society as a whole. At Platform Petroleum, we believe that education is a fundamental human right and a powerful catalyst for change. Our dedication to this mission is reflected in the following key initiatives. Number one, we have established scholarship programs to provide financial support to deserving students from our host communities, ensuring they have access to quality education without the burden of financial constraints. Our mentorship initiative connects young girls with experienced professionals who guide them in their academic pursuits and career aspirations through our graduate trainee program. We had one recently. Out of 13 young Nigerians, we are able to get in 8 ladies, 8 girls. This support will help us build their confidence and equip them with the skills necessary to excel in their career path. For our skill acquisition programs, we actively collaborate with our host communities to develop skill acquisition programs that focus on essential life skills, leadership development, and gender equality, fostering an environment where girls can thrive. In line with Goal 5 of the SDG, our diversity and inclusion policy promotes gender equality, ensuring that girls have equal opportunities to learn and succeed along their male counterparts. On a final note, we believe that investing in education of young girls is tantamount to investing in the future of our communities and of our dear nation, Nigeria. Educated girls become empowered women who can drive economic growth, contribute to social development, and inspire future generations. On this note, we will solidly support you within our means and look forward to continued sponsorship and collaboration for the greater good of the girl child. Once again, thank you for your dedication to this noble cause and for allowing Platform Petroleum to be part of this transformative journey. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. God bless Nigeria. We're done with the goodwill messages from our friends and partners of Nigeria as we host the first international conference on girl-child education in Nigeria, organized by Nigeria Governors Forum, under the leadership of the chairman, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, the executive governor of Kwara State. We thank you for all the goodwill messages. We thank you for all your pledges. When we come here next year to celebrate the second conference, you'll be able to itemize all the good work and all your pledges, because we will call you out. Because we just don't want you to make promises. We want you to genuinely show interest and collaboration and solidarity for Nigeria. I'd like to acknowledge the Director, Basic Education Department, Federal Ministry of Education, Dr. Mrs. Folake Olatunji David. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. See, I am a product of Nigeria, and that's why I stand tall, confident, unapologetic. I went to nursery. I had my nursery education in Nigeria, my primary education in Nigeria, my secondary education in Nigeria, my university education in Nigeria, before I decided to go to the United Kingdom. Thank you for having me as your citizen. But first and foremost, I am proudly Nigerian. And that is why today's event is very critical for me, because if I am a product of Nigeria, all the students and the young girls of Nigeria deserve better than I got from Nigeria. Once again, I think we should acknowledge Nigeria Governors Forum for what you are doing here today. Thank you. Thank you. And so I'd like to call on the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahi Maman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to let's have your remarks on today. Thank you, sir. So I know the President has offered us the NEL Fund. I'm hoping that you're going to make us a bigger offer to every girl child here today. Thank you, sir.
The Vice President, well represented by the Deputy Chief of Staff, our friends from the international community, who practically all of you here have a small corner in my office because of the frequency of our meetings and contacts and because of the common issues we have. Of course, our host who brought us here. Now, I just have one or two comments to make. First is to thank and appreciate the NGF for thinking about this program and this project. As you know, the NGF has the ownership and control of second largest, if not largest, number of schools as state governors. Maybe some 5 years ago, I would have said the largest. But now, with a very huge presence of the private sector at that level, I think they would have displaced the states in terms of the number of schools at the basic education and the secondary school level in Nigeria. So when they convene a conference to talk about an issue which is within their domain, then they are really asking us to be partners to work together. It is primarily a big responsibility for the governors to deliver on all those things that we are talking here. And the Federal Ministry of Education, essentially, it's a policy-making arm for the Federation to ensure education is coordinated, the right policies come out, and ensure that the constitutional provision that requires free and compulsory education for every child is actualized in reality. And of course, which will, down the road, mean every child, girl or boy, will be an educated person in Nigeria. That's what the Federal Ministry of Education has to ensure. But along the line, things have not worked the way we had hoped it would as a country, but we end up with so many children, especially the girls, who are out of school. Now, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has taken that as a core responsibility for this country to ensure that there's no Nigerian child who fails to go to school for want of resources, for want of his location, and any other reason. And secondly, to ensure that when they go to school, they receive quality education that will now ensure that they will be part of the Nigerian society, part of the economy, and they can have a productive life. Now, we in the ministry have that mandate to ensure that these noble goals of the president and the country are actualized. And this is what we've been working on for the last 10 months with a lot of people here, a lot of you here, the development partners and other stakeholders. And I can tell you for free now, as I leave this place, we are going to approve a framework that will ensure that we deliver this mandate for this country. The mandate, as the framework as mentioned, is captured as dots. The commissioners are here. They are part of that transformative vanguard. And today we are meeting actually straight from here. We are going to have our meeting. And that's why we're even
we even had to be here to ensure that we support the governors in this project. We are working together. So from today, you will be hearing a lot about the framework that will be delivered to ensure free quality education for the young ones at basic education, and education that will allow them also to acquire some skills and traits. This is the new thing about it. So that by the time a child finishes basic education at secondary school, even without going to the university, he would have acquired some skills and traits that he can connect with the society, connect with the economy, and everything there. So, NGF, we want to thank you, and we are looking forward, as I discussed with the DG earlier on, to meeting the governors in the next 1 month to inform and sensitize them of what the government, the federal government has already is rolling out, because for us to work together to deliver on all those mandates. And then our colleagues in the international community, we want to continue to thank you and continue to solicit your continued support for us to deliver on this, because solving Nigeria's addressing issues of out of school is a global phenomenon, not just for Nigeria. And once Nigeria gets it right, from what I have seen from my interface with the international community, everybody is happy, because figures coming from Nigeria are either gratifying or sort of downcasting. We want figures coming from Nigeria to be gratifying. Some of the statistics I have had here, we have our issues with them. We are not going to talk about them here. But we are going to address this problem through the D of the dots, right? So that next time when we cite, even say, well, but when they cite information, they will be citing data from official data from the Federal Ministry of Education. So thank you, and God bless you all.
So we look forward to seeing the framework, the content of the framework that you have promised us. We will follow your statement and we will follow the content of the framework. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahi Maman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I'd like to acknowledge some of our friends who are here. Dr. Osom, Director, Social Mobilization, Universal Basic Education Commissions, representing the Executive Secretary. Can we see you, sir? Dr. Osom, thank you. Thank you very much. So, we need to also acknowledge every Commissioner of Education in Nigeria, because your role is very key to what we're doing here today. If you are a Commissioner of Education in Nigeria, I know the chairperson is here, but if you are a Commissioner for Education in Nigeria, let's see you, please. Stand up. Would like to see you. Thank 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 you. We believe that you will go back and do due diligence to every girl child. Thank you very much, our commissioners. We're very grateful to have you. We also understand that we have our girl child ambassadors here. Can we see you? If you're a girl child ambassador, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please keep repping. Keep doing the right things. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'd like to call on stage someone, and I'm very enviable of that position. And just to let you know, sir, that I am capable, I am competent, and I have character to support you in your position. He is a Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He's also the Chief of Staff to the Vice President. I am capable, I am competent, I have character, and I can support you in that enviable position. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadije with your keynote address and as you declare the conference open. Tono, I can speak a little bit of Hausa, I can say Dal, and I can say Akaro. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you have a copy of your CV handy, I'll take it along with me. And we'll see what can happen. The Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the representative of the Rivers State Government, who have so graciously contributed immensely to this event, the DG of the Governors Forum, commissioners of education from the various states, our partners and sponsors who are too numerous to mention. You can see their names on the banner behind me. I'm here to represent the Vice President, who is unavoidably absent. Said yesterday he was billed to be here, but as you're all aware, he's standing in for the President as well. So our schedule is very, very erratic indeed. So I would like to read his speech, and just to put Professor Mamman on notice, there are even more statistics here, and they are not very good. So I begin, the dignity of the girl child defines every civilization, and today we are bound by a duty higher than merely observing the challenges before us. We bear the responsibility of setting the tone for this nation, and there is no greater calling than to prioritize the education of the girl child and other at-risk children. This is a mirror from which we cannot afford to look away, because the consequences are dire and far-reaching. The statistics on our out-of-school children in Nigeria are a stark reminder of the urgency of this mission. The latest multiple indicator cluster survey shows that 25.6% of children of primary school age are out of school, and this rate rises to 29.6% for secondary school age children. Each child abandoned to the streets is a liability that the nation will one day pay for. We must therefore remember that the child who remains out of school today will be a threat to their peer in the classroom tomorrow. And we cannot afford to turn away from this reality, and the need for creative and innovative solutions is now more pressing than ever. The issue of girl child education haunts every nation, but in our part of the world, her vulnerability is especially pronounced. Our education is more than a moral obligation. It is the stabilizing force of our economic and social order. For every additional year a girl remains in school, her future earning potential increases, infant mortality rates decrease, and poverty levels in communities fail. We see this reflected in the Gender Parity Index, which shows that girls have almost caught up with boys at the primary school level with a ratio of 0.99, and even surpassed boys at secondary school level with a ratio of 1.08. These gains are, however, at risk unless we intensify our interventions to reach every girl, particularly in areas where barriers remain strongest. This is why, at the National Economic Council, we have set out to guarantee the future of the girl child, adopting education as one of our critical thematic areas of intervention, alongside health, nutrition, and employability in a rapidly changing world. We have set the ambitious goal of achieving a 0.6 score on the World Bank's Human Capital Index, and we understand that the road to this objective involves increasing years of schooling, improving the quality of education, and ensuring that no child, especially no girl child, is left vulnerable or out of school. Our data further emphasizes the urgency of addressing these issues, particularly in northern Nigeria. States in the northwest and northeast face the highest out-of-school rates. In Kebbi, Zamfara, and Bauchi, for example, more than 60% of primary school-age children are not in school, with Kebbi at a staggering 64.8%. The secondary school numbers are similarly alarming, with Bauchi at 66.75%, Kebbi at 63.8%, and Jigawa, which is my own state, at 62.6%. We cannot allow ourselves to be held hostage by these frightening numbers. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, education financing remains a critical aspect of our strategy in the last few years. We have seen a significant increase in education expenditure. For example, in 2022, states spent 1 trillion naira on education, representing 12% of total expenditures. By 2024, states committed 2.4 trillion to education, while the federal government allocated 2.2 trillion. This brings the combined total allocation to 4.6 trillion naira. Although states have 14% of their budgets dedicated to education, we must aim higher. Our campaign to see 15 to 20% of state budgets allocated to education is not just a target, but a necessity, as it is the surest way to guarantee the future of our children and our nation. The stakes are too high for us to hesitate. The risk posed by each out-of-school child should concern us all, and what we need is a concerted, multi-sectoral approach. The federal government, states, local governments, civil society, and our partners in the donor community must come together with a singular focus, which is ensuring that every Nigerian child, regardless of gender or geography, receives quality education. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the threats before us are real, so too are the opportunities to create significant change. This gathering points us towards the way forward. We must combine our advocacy and awareness campaigns as championed by the Human Capital Development Program with practical interventions like increasing budgetary allocations to the education sector. Each stakeholder in this ecosystem must collaborate and adopt review mechanisms to ensure that our efforts translate into real progress. Whatever reforms we adopt to build a safe space for educating the girl child must be championed from within our communities. Policy making involves all of us, and we must engage local leaders, traditional rulers, and religious figures to understand the implications of failing to educate the future of this nation. The most powerful tool we can offer the girl child is education. We must enhance educational programs that inform girls and women about their rights and the risks they face if denied the opportunity to make informed choices, especially in matters of health. We must also work closely with our partners in the donor community, including the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and other multilateral institutions to make a generational difference. While we remain grateful for their interventions, we are still looking forward for deepening these partnerships. On this note, I declare the International Conference on Girl Child Education in Nigeria officially open. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
If you can just... I've already started my assignment as his assistant. Thank you very much, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chief of Staff to the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Hadija. Thank you very much for declaring the conference open. We would like to go on a break and quickly take some photographs. At this point in time, we'd like to have all our distinguished friends and partners on the front first row to please come on and let's come up the stage and to take a photograph, group photograph with His Excellency. Thank you.
Should I
Thank you very much. If we can have the partners and sponsors who are on the front seat to please join them. And then we would like to have all commissioners of education to join. That's what I just said now. Oh, thank you, ma'am. If we can have the chairperson of the commissioners and all commissioners. Sir. Please, sir, can we have all our commissioners take photographs? All our commissioners, our partners can go sit down, take a break. All commissioners. These are our commissioners for education. We salute you. And if you are representing the commissioner of your state, please come on here and take a photograph. Commissioners of education, we salute you. Thank you. So are we taking this in batches? Okay. Okay. So what we're saying is, if you can step back to the other side, we're going to take this in batches. Thank you.
When I wake up in the morning, love.
While we're taking the photographs, you know, we would like to once again acknowledge Nigeria Governors Forum for this maiden edition of the International Conference on Girl Child. We have, sir, we still want the rest of our commissioners to take with our excellencies. Thank you. Can we quickly have these photographs taken, please? Thank you. And then girl child ambassadors, quickly come to the front here.
When the day that lies ahead of me seems impossible.
Girl ambassadors, quickly come through here. Quickly take, you know, you're still very, thank you. Quick. Go through there. Please hold on, sir. Hold on, sirs. The girl ambassadors are coming up. Be quick. Girls, let's show them that we're active. Come on. Quick.
Just one look at you. And I know it's gonna be.
Girls, you have to be very smart. Be smart. Be smart. Quick. There are more there. There are more spaces there. Yeah. Ladies, some of you will take it in batches. All right, thank you. Keep these photographs because you may be able to take it to the banks, right? Yeah. Girls, you can go. Let's have the other batches. Quick, girls. There's no hair. Thank you, sir. Madam, can I have you up here? Because I need to, yeah. And the other man, where is the other man? Our partners, our sponsors, please follow my colleague for your tea break. Where is the guy? Our partners and our sponsors, please follow my sister colleague here for your tea break. Thank you. Our commissioners of education, please follow my colleague brother here for your tea break. Thank you, ladies. And now, thank you, sir. Please hold on a second, sir, because your assistant, sir, hold on, sir. Your assistant wants to take photographs with you. Where are you? Come, my sister. The time is 12:30. We will come back here in 15 minutes. We will come back here at 12:45. Thank you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Now breathe in.
This is Diplomatic Ties on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. On this edition, we shall be examining the West Africa's fight against money laundering and terrorism financing in aid of development. West Africa is one of the blessed sub-regions in terms of human and natural resources on the continent of Africa. However, available statistics has shown that the wealth of the sub-region has no meaningful impact on the citizens as a result of corruption. To reverse the trend, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Authority of Heads of States and Government, in the year 2000 established the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa, called GIABA. It is on record that the creation of GIABA is a major response and contribution of the ECOWAS to the fight against money laundering. GIABA is a specialized institution of ECOWAS responsible for strengthening the capacity of member states towards the prevention and control of money laundering and terrorism financing in the sub-region. Now, 23 years after its establishment, what has been the impact of GIABA on the economic development of West Africa? To speak more on this, I have with me in the studio the Director General of GIABA, Edwin Harris. The DG GIABA, you're welcome to Diplomatic Ties.
Thank you very much.
I'm Nancy Godiangonihu. Thanks for staying with us. Once more, you're welcome to Diplomatic Ties, DG GIABA.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, one of the fundamental activities of GIABA is the fight against money laundering. Could you please explain the impact of money laundering on the economy of West Africa?
Oh, thank you very much again, and greetings to the audience.
Thank you.
You said it right. GIABA is a specialized institution of ECOWAS and also a FATA regional star body, the FATF. Okay. The impact on money laundering, i.e. illicit financial flow, both inflow and outflow, on our governance system is huge. So we see corruption. If you look at the Human Development Index, you see most of our country at the bottom. We see breakdown of governance system in some of our member states, and those member states who have not had governance system breaking down yet, we have weak institutions, the level of poverty, and I can go on and list all of these verses as direct impact of money laundering, corruption. Now, corruption is a predicate offense to money laundering. Okay, so to a larger extent, this pandemic, okay, have eroded our governance system and make it so weak that the dividend in terms of providing the basic social services and security to the people, if it is not minimal, if it is not eroded, it is weak.
It's weakening the system.
It's weakening the system.
Yeah.
And as such, you see our people are left in poverty. We talk about transnational crime. Yeah. Like for example, migration. You see most of our citizens die on high sea in the quest to gain better living outside of our region because there is no job.
These are offshoots of
That's right.
the impact of money laundering. Now, you look at it, you've actually 23 years after the establishment of GIABA. How has the organization been able to fight money laundering, this menace in the sub-region?
So GIABA has as its core mandate, one, the protection of the financial system of our respective countries' economy, collectively the economy of West African countries, and also to provide technical assistance. So GIABA since 2003 have been working with member states first to create the legal framework in all of the member states to fight money laundering. So before 2000, okay, legal instrument in member states where in some member states did not exist. If it did, it was inadequate and it was not uniform. But from 2000 up to date as I speak, okay, we have put in place in all member states adequate legal framework okay, that should be used to fight money laundering. We have established the Financial Intelligence Unit. Before 2000, there was no Financial Intelligence Unit in any member state of ECOWAS. So they will have the Financial Intelligence Unit that is contributing immensely to the fight against corruption. Okay, so before 2000, the way you interact with your bank, okay, is different. Yes. This time, you have strong, what we call the KYC, or know your customers. You have due diligence, enhanced due diligence, and a little bit strainer. Before you could walk to the bank and just left cash and send 200,000 cash. This time, the person will ask you, what's the source of the money? Who are you sending? But before then, so then, I can say that through the support of GIABA to member state, our financial system is much more strengthened than it was. Have we gotten there? No. Are there challenges? Yes. Yeah. So over time, these challenges will be addressed so that our fight against money laundering and other financial crime are more robust and effective, and we gain the desired results.
Yeah, DG sir, we'll talk about the legal framework that we've set up. We'll also talk about the Financial
Intelligence Unit.
Yes. Now, another objective, we mentioned 2 years, another objective of GIABA is to fight terrorism financing. How does terrorism financing affect the economy as well on the sub-region?
It destabilizes the economy. So for instance,
it destabilizes it.
That's right. For instance, let's look at where we have coup. Okay, look in Niger, look in Mali, look in Burkina Faso, look in Nigeria. The issue of Boko Haram, the issue of terrorism and things. So you see how it is impacting our, not only the economy, but our way of life. Okay, so what we have been able to do over time, and we are increasing that, is to identify with the financial system those who are linked to terrorist financing, how their accounts are frozen, how they are denied access. And it is against this backdrop that GIABA will be coming to the Council of Ministers for us to propose for their endorsement what we refer to as the ECOWAS sanction regime. So most of our activities is more theoretical, technical support, but we need some enforcement power. So if that sanction regime come into being, if Mr. Y is known with evidence that he associates and he financed terrorism, okay, I mean, he will be sanctioned. His physical movement will be restricted. He won't have access to the financial system. If he has any funds there, it will be seized. So these are measures we are putting into place. But for now, we only strengthen the legal framework for national government, okay, to fight terrorist financing, corruption, and other financial crimes.
Yes, the issue of prosecution of perpetrators of these crimes is key to winning the fight against illicit financial flow in West Africa. Does GIABA have prosecutory powers on the offenders?
Unfortunately, GIABA does not have such power to prosecute or even to enforce the law. Okay, so what we do, we strengthen member states, we refer to such apparatus as competent authorities. So that include, for Nigeria, we have the EFCC, we have the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, and all other prosecutorial institutions.
You're working with EFCC.
That's right.
Yeah.
We provide training, we provide support in terms of like technical support. We also provide
these are your partners.
These are our core partners. Like we do typology study research to show these institution trends and methods, okay, so that can be used in their investigation. But we're reaching a point, I talk about the ECOWAS sanction regime. If that is accepted by the Council of a Minister and endorsed by the head of authorities, then GIABA will be the one to have custodian over such sanction. Then we can take action. So what we also do, we also monitor these member states on prosecution through our mutual evaluation. Now we are doing both technical compliance and effectiveness compliance. So we have several what we refer to as immediate outcome, 1 to 11. And then we measure how many prosecution have we done, conviction. So in most of the member states, if not all, score low on that. And it is not good. So then we think that member states going forward we want to increase, okay, their rating, their ranking, okay, so that during the next round that starts 2026, we'll see more members securing on persecution, seizure of assets, and also deny alleged terror associated from using the financial system to cause havoc by financing terrorism and things. So this is where we are. But for now, we do not have enforcement power.
But you have a way of monitoring.
We have a way. That's right.
Prosecution
has
been done.
Yes, and then we also carry on advocacy to political leaders. So what I'm also doing, hopefully, I guess political authorities, policy authority are listening to me. Okay, so this form of awareness that they will listen to see how they increase enforcement of the law, because it doesn't make sense for us to spend a lot of time, money, and energy to bring in all the legal framework, and it's kept on the shelf. So it is time that we unshelf, you see, those legal framework for action. So that's where GIABA is going. And we're going to step up our advocacy to our line ministers in each country that include the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Interior, and Finance. Like for Nigeria, the Minister of Justice is currently GIABA chairman for the ministerial committee. And he have given his commitment, okay? He said, since he took over, he has reviewed files, he has given his commitment to see that money laundering is fought in an unprecedented way in Nigeria, which we are at the level of GIABA, we welcome, and we also are willing to support him wherever he stands in making this institution strong to prosecute, because this is it. Persecution is a strong deterrence. So if we do not prosecute those who are allegedly involved in the act, what we are seeing is like the act is tolerated, the act is welcome, and as such, there will be more corruption, there will be more money laundering, there will be more transnational crime and financial crime. So then, every government, okay, should make up the bold step, okay, and it should start from the top. There should be a message sent that my government do not tolerate, okay, financial crimes, corruption, money laundering, as such. And once people are persecuted and assets or seized, deterrence come in, and then the next person will say, like, if I do this, these are the consequences. Like, but for now, there is no consequences.
Yes, like we said, prosecution is key to winning that battle.
It's key.
There's one thing I want to ask you. This money laundering of a thing. A lot of people, or some people, do not even know what it means, the meaning of money laundering. Can you actually define it? So
I will give the simplest definition.
Exactly.
So the simplest definition is like making dirty money look clean. That's the simplest. Dirty money look clean. What do I mean? So like I stated that
making dirty money look clean.
Looks clean. Okay, cleaning dirty money. And you know, so
washing it.
That's right, washing it in the layman term. So I stated that corruption is a predicate offense to money laundering, bribery, okay, fraud. So if I took on a fraudulent activity and get cash, how do I transform that cash that it looks legit? So that's the phases of money laundering.
This is Diplomatic Ties, and we are examining West Africa's fight against money laundering and terrorism financing in aid of development. And our guest is the Director General of GIABA, Edwin Harris. The program continues in just a moment. Yes, we continue. The DG GIABA. Now, how effective is the collaboration between GIABA and other state and non-state actors in this fight?
So the first thing, this fight cannot be done exclusively. Okay, it's a fight that have several layers: collaboration, sharing of information, and what we do at GIABA, we encourage and work with member states. Like in every member state, we have what we refer to as a national correspondent. So the head of the financial intelligence unit in every member state is referred to as our national correspondent, who coordinate all our activities in member states. We have also created what we refer to as the GIABA public-private partnership, because we believe that you must bring in the private sector. You cannot fight using only public sector resources, human resources, and know-how. So then, We have this strong collaboration with member states, and in turn, member states and GIABA have strong collaboration with the private sector, like the Compliance Forum Summit. It's private sector, okay? We also work with people in the extractive industry. So our extractive industry across our region have issues of corruption, you know, it has issue fraud, bribery. These are things that are predicate offenses to money laundering. So even from the onset of how concessions are signed, okay, bribery, fraud take place and things. So just from the beginning, okay, it's time to see the seed of money laundering and corruption sown. So we work with private sectors and we work with all other stakeholders. We also work with our international partners. And we have encouraged most GIABA member states to join what we call the EMA group. It's an international body that shares intelligence with over 152 countries. So your country, Nigeria, is a ranking member of the EMA group. And with the exception of 5 West African countries, the rest of the countries are members of the EMA group, responsible just to share information, collaborate, and coordinate in the fight against money laundering.
Let me ask you, are there noticeable challenges in the fight against money laundering and terrorism financing?
Yes.
Because as you're carrying out the fight,
the first thing is political will. That's a major challenge, political will. So as stated earlier, we have all the legal framework. Then the question is, why are we not implementing those legal framework? It's political will. Sometimes this political will is not actually demanded from the top, because I believe that if a president don't want it, it won't come into being. But by virtue of the fact the president signed the law, that's political will. What happened at operational level? So sometimes we look at political will, only look at the head. We do not look at the political, the operational and policy level. So one of our biggest challenge is political will. And then another thing is like our judiciary system, okay? So some will say, oh, the system is weak, the system is corrupt. I disagree. I think it's a lack of knowledge. Like, I take my country, Liberia. There was a case of corruption because the case had been disposed by the court, so it's a public record now, I can speak on it. So the former defense minister was charged for corruption, and then the prosecutor attached money laundering, which is a predicate offense. So when the judge went through this case and thing, he convicted the minister only for corruption and threw all money laundering. Said, no, it's not part of. So lack of knowledge. So it's one of our challenge and thing in this fight. So key actors like the judiciary have not fully understand, okay, the dimension and all of the steps and stages.
The judiciary
That's
needs
right.
to.
So then at GIABA level, we're also working with our Chief Justice across the region and judges. 2 months ago, there was a big summit for judges in Abuja, where judges from across the region came and training were provided. So we continue to provide most of this training for the judiciary. We believe that if they have full understanding, okay, then we'll move forward. But for now, the traditional criminal justice prosecution is what is going on. And if we continue in that trend, I can tell you the fact, for us to see convictions on money laundering cases will be difficult. Not because the judges are sympathetic towards them, but they stay on the old criminal justice path. So knowledge is key. So we're also encouraging national government for retraining of judges. And one thing conversation we have started with law school across the region. How do you now inculcate AMS-CFT issues, anti-money laundering, terrorist financing issues into criminal justice?
In the law schools.
In the law school. So it provides for the new lawyers that are coming up who will do criminal justice. They will say, okay, this is the way. Like, for example, when I was in law school, nothing was taught in our criminal justice class about anti-money laundering. It was strictly traditional criminal, murder, theft. So we have to shift the paradigm by training judges over and bringing this session into our criminal justice courses in our law school across the region.
Okay, at present, there are some countries within West Africa that are under suspension by ECOWAS due to military takeover. Are those countries part of what GIABA is doing?
So this was a strong issue at our last plenary. And I want to extend my thanks to His Excellency, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Nigeria, who is our chair, who presided over this issue, and we had a breakthrough. So when ECOWAS suspend a country, no ECOWAS institution is supposed to do business with those countries. So then, the crime of terrorism, money laundering, those are crimes that know no borders. For example, you are right here with Niger, okay? So money laundering is not taking the flight. It's not buying ticket to say that I'll be bowling 2 o'clock. No, okay? So we think that GIABA should remain engaged with all member states that are unsanctioned, because this also border on national security and on the economy. Now, let me take Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. They all use the CFA. Okay, so if their economy is contaminated, the financial system is contaminated because GIABA is not engaging in due to the sanction, it will have a spillover effect on all the other countries that are using CFA. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So our 27 GSA meeting approved our requests that will be tabled to the Council of Ministers on the 6th and 7th of December to give GIABA an exemption to deal and work with this country exclusively on technical basis when it comes to terrorist financing and money laundering.
To deal with these countries that
yes,
are suspended.
That are suspended exclusively, because we believe that
whatever they do affects.
That's right, and also border on national security and regional security and peace. So we are hopeful that the Council of Ministers, when they meet in December, our prayers to them will be accepted and will engage working with this country. But for now, we have to put a momentary halt to working with this country based on the sanctions.
That's a very good move by GIABA, I must commend you.
Thank you very much.
What's your advice to the people and government of ECOWAS member states on ways to grow the economy?
The first thing I want to say is like corruption and all other...
And also strengthen security.
Yes, corruption and financial crimes are all antitheses to macroeconomic stability and national security. So, looking at our countries, okay, we have over 400 million in the region in terms of population. But 80% of that number are youth, young people. Also, most of them graduate from college. The issue of job. So we believe that if we work to fight all financial crimes, to include corruption, money laundering, and the rest of it, it will create a situation that our investment climate will be good. When it is good, okay, it will induce job or creation. So what our region needs is job creation, because youthful unemployment is a threat to national security. You see, most of the young people you see going through high sea to the west and thing, you have young people, and some are college graduate, but our region is not providing hope for them. So we think we can shift and change the trajectory in a way that we fight financial crime and hold people accountable. Like I stated yesterday at another program, when you are in the US, you are not allowed to drink while you drive. When you are caught, you are going to jail. Okay. When you're in Africa, let me take my country, Liberia. You see, you can be driving and maybe you have a little beer in your hand. Nobody going to do anything to you. But now, the same men who are in the US could not drink and drive. It's the same man who is in Morovia also drinking and driving. What's the difference? The same individual. Because one system hold people accountable, and the other system, that's right, hold people accountable. So it is time that my passionate plea to all our leaders in the region, I know you are doing so much. I know you love our people. That is why you took our leadership. It is time to leave a strong legacy of holding people accountable. Because when people are held accountable, deterrence will set in. People will know that if I do wrong, there are consequences. So most of the losses of our revenue and leakages will start to go back to social services, our good schools, roads, and support our security sectors. Our security sector in the region may be challenged because of no money. Okay? So then, if we fight financial crimes especially corruption. Like I said, corruption is a major predicate offense to money laundering in our region. We can reverse the trend. Our governance system can be strong. Our young people can have jobs, and we can live peacefully.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, DG Giaba. Thank you. Holding people accountable is your word. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy,
for coming on Diplomatic Ties.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've been looking at West Africa's fight against money laundering and terrorism financing in aid of development, and our guest has been the Director General of GIABA, Edwin Harris. He has gone a long way in informing us of the landmark achievements GIABA has recorded in fighting money laundering and terrorism financing on the West African soil, and of course the challenges and the way forward. And this is wishing ECOWAS GIABA the best in all it does. Thanks for watching Diplomatic Ties. I'm Nancy Godiangonihu. Bye for now.
Hello, I'm Esther Gitu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up.
With just weeks to go before Election Day, presidential candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump campaigned for votes in Arizona, a crucial battleground in the race for the White House. And the World Health Organization says Lesotho has the highest suicide rate in the world. We'll have a report. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54.
We begin in the Middle East, where a residential building in the suburbs of Haifa, Israel, suffered significant damage on Tuesday after more than 100 projectiles were launched on the port city and the upper and lower Galilee regions within an hour. The vast majority of the rockets were intercepted by Israeli air defenses, but that damage was sustained in Kiryat Yam, north of Haifa, according to Israel's Home Front Command. Local media says it was the largest barrage targeting the area since Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah started exchanging cross-border fire. 1 year after the war triggered by the Hamas attack on Israel, clashes between Hezbollah and Israel along Lebanon's border with Israel are intensifying. This conflict is sparking a new humanitarian crisis that the United Nations says has displaced about 200,000 people. Elizabeth Chanoff narrates this report by Etel Bonnet, who has been traveling in South Lebanon.
After a year of cross-border violence, villages near the border in southern Lebanon have turned into ghost towns, while safer locations have seen their populations double with families fleeing the conflict. The 200 residents of Kafir Sin in Nabatea, southern Lebanon, are now hosting 500 displaced families. Fatima Ramal and her family have found refuge here, but the uncertainty surrounding the conflict keeps them ready to move again at any moment.
We were more at peace when we first came here, believing we would be back home in a month or two. But being far away for almost 12 months, it's hard. We miss it very much and want to go back home soon.
Other displaced families, like Mahmoud Mawasi's, have sought shelter in schools the Lebanese government has converted into refugee reception centers, like this one in the southern city of Tyre. Their home in the border town of Aitarun was destroyed in an Israeli airstrike, and he says their situation is bleak.
We received food parcels, but no financial support from the government. We feel neglected. In the 2006 war, the state was more present.
The humanitarian crisis has stretched Lebanon's government, which has been bankrupt since 2020, to its limits. Local workers say international aid has fallen short.
In the past year, the 7,000 registered families have received food parcels and hygiene kits only 4 times, even though they were supposed to receive them once a month.
The latest border flare-up has now entered its second year, with the risk of escalating into a full-scale war in Lebanon. What are now safe havens for families could become the next place the people must flee. For Etel Bonnet in southern Lebanon, Elizabeth Chernoff, VOA News.
A short time ago, the White House announced that President Joe Biden is postponing his planned trip to Germany and Angola this week to work on preparations for Hurricane Milton in the state of Florida and relief efforts after Hurricane Helene. He was scheduled to go to Germany on Thursday and then arrive in Angola on Sunday. Hurricane Milton is expected to hit Florida tomorrow. With just weeks to go before Election Day, Arizona is one of the crucial battlegrounds in the 2024 U.S. presidential race. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump know that winning the southwestern state is key to their path to the White House. VOA's immigration reporter Elaine Barrows traveled to the state to ask voters how immigration is influencing their decision in this election.
Vice President Kamala Harris made her first trip to the U.S.-Mexico border as the Democratic presidential nominee late last month. She walked along a section of a wall built in Douglas, Arizona, during Barack Obama's presidency. Later, at a campaign rally in Douglas, Harris said the country must police its border, but she also called for a better way to welcome immigrants legally.
And so we must reform our immigration system to ensure that it works in an orderly way, that it is humane, and that it makes our country stronger.
Some Arizonans say immigration is the reason they're voting for former President Donald Trump, who has promised to be tougher on illegal immigration.
I have no problem with legal immigration, not at all.
But Jane DeGrazia says those who cross illegally don't belong in the U.S.
And it's very unfair to our country. It's dangerous.
There are over 4.1 million registered voters in Arizona. About 35% are registered as Republicans, while just over 29% are registered as Democrats. Around 34% of voters fall into the other category, which includes independents and those not aligned with the major parties.
So the independent share of the voter pool in Arizona is really growing.
Kimball is the chairman of the Citizens Clean Elections Commission in Tucson, Arizona, and he's registered as an independent voter. He says immigration is not everyone's top issue.
Republicans are far more likely to say the major issue is immigration. Democrats are far more likely to say the major issue is abortion. Independents are more likely to say abortion, but not by an overwhelming amount.
Arizona is the only battleground state that borders Mexico, and one that dealt with a record number of migrant arrivals in 2023. On the day Harris visited the border, Trump, campaigning in Michigan, again promised to close the border.
We will begin the largest deportation operation in American history, and we have no choice but to vote.
But this young voter says he would like to see an immigration system that didn't keep families apart for so long.
It's heartbreaking to see, families be split up.
Daniel Gutierrez says his father is a Trump supporter, while his mother says she will vote for Harris.
So I hear it from both sides.
And for the upcoming presidential election, Gutierrez decided to vote for.
I'm decided with the Democratic Party.
While some Arizonans know who they will vote for in November, others are more focused on simply getting more people to the polls. Joseph Garcia is executive director of the Get Out the Vote group, Si Se Vota.
Whatever the issues may be, we want them to be informed voters.
And these voters could help decide who wins the White House on November 5th. Aline Barrows, VOA News, Arizona.
4 candidates are vying for Mozambique's presidency. Some are pledging to rid the country of alleged widespread corruption and improve its economy, while others say they will end the long-running insurgency in the northern province of Cabo Delgado that has driven out about 1 million people since 2017. As VOA Nairobi Bureau Chief Mariama Diallo reports from Maputo, some Mozambicans say they are more interested in a better life than who wins the elections this week.
The same Frelimo party has ruled Mozambique in southern Africa since its 1975 independence from Portugal. Some say the country is doing just fine, including 69-year-old Argentina Bebe, who told VOA she's too old for change and wants continuity in presidential and legislative elections slated for Wednesday.
I'm not interested in change. I already know the people, but I prefer to continue the improvement of Mozambique.
Others, like 28-year-old Ernesto Cremildo Castigo, who works at a butcher shop, says he'll vote for change.
Mainly due to corruption, so that Mozambique can develop, so that society can feel more at ease, in terms of justice, in terms of education, in terms of public transportation.
Aslak Ora, researcher at the Christian Michelson Institute in Norway, has been doing research on Mozambique for 25 years. He says corruption does affect the daily lives of ordinary people.
They have everyday corruption where people meet civil services and they have to, pay little bribes in order to get their services out of the state or municipal institutions that they relate to, and that complicates things a bit.
4 candidates are vying for the presidency, including Daniel Chapo, the choice for the ruling Frelimo party. At a recent rally, the 47-year-old former radio presenter told supporters that peace and security for his country will be a top priority.
Because without peace, without security, there is no development. As I said here, we have our brothers who are suffering from terrorist attacks in Cabo Delgado.
The government has been battling an insurgency in the gas and oil-rich Cabo Delgado province, where about 4,000 people have reportedly been killed and about 1 million displaced since 2017, affecting multi-billion-dollar oil and gas projects. Meanwhile, analysts say that one of Frelimo's biggest accomplishments has been ending years of its brutal war with the Mozambican National Resistance Movement, or RENAMO. RENAMO has since become one of the main opposition parties that came in second in the last presidential election. After the death of longtime leader Afonso Dhlakama in 2018, its newest leader, Osufo Mamad, accuses the Frelimo party of having no proposals to solve ordinary people's problems.
Vote for you have to have jobs tomorrow so we have good access roads. Did you hear me right? Your land is a rich area. You are poor. It's through Frelimo's poor governance.
The other 2 candidates include Lutero Simango, a 64-year-old and leader of the Mozambique Democratic Movement, and 50-year-old Venancio Mondlane, an independent who used to belong to the RENAMO party and seems popular among the youth. The National Electoral Commission met with international observers Friday to explain the voting system and answer their questions. The Commission chairperson, Carlos Simao Matsine, said that all voting materials should be in place by Monday, and voting is expected to take place across the country, including in Cabo Delgado. 17.1 million people have registered to vote, 3 million more than the number was at the last election in 2019. Mariama Diallo, VOA News, Maputo, Mozambique.
Still to come, we'll tell you what country has the world's highest suicide rate. Stay with us. In other news, Tunisian President Kais Saied has won re-election in a landslide victory after a campaign that saw his opponents jailed, along with journalists, activists and attorneys. The North African country's election authority says Saied won just over 90% of the vote, and turnout was low after many of his critics chose to boycott the vote. And in Malawi, the United Nations World Food Programme is working to address a rising number of malnourished children amid an ongoing drought, the worst to hit southern Africa in decades. The WFP's efforts including providing supplementary feeding for children in health facilities and distributing emergency food items to affected households. Lesotho, a country in southern Africa with just over 2 million people, has the world's highest suicide rate. The World Health Organization says 87 per every 100,000 people in Lesotho commit suicide every year. This alarming figure is more than double that of Guyana in South America, which has the second highest suicide rate in the world. Tuso Kumalo has more.
As you enter Lesotho through the Maseru border post, the scene in the Mountain Kingdom, also popularly known as the Kingdom in the Sky, quickly turns lively. The hive of activity in the capital city of Maseru, with its people going on with their daily errands, shows no signs of an emotionally wounded nation. It's until you talk to the citizens that you start realizing why the suicide rate in this country is 10 times higher than the global average.
I tracked some of the victims who have succumbed to this. And this trek led me to the home of Malapo. Her daughter, Likwena, was not very lucky.
The 62-year-old says it was at 11 p.m. when she received a message that her daughter, Likwena, had drank poison. It was too late to save her.
So I went again to try to take her to hospital. But there was no help because she was already gone. When I arrived at Tepo, they said she's gone.
My next stop was at Kubetswana Township, just outside Maseru. Here I met Ntati Pakwe. The 39-year-old mother of two has made 5 suicide attempts. Luckily, she has survived to tell her story.
I couldn't address whatever was going on in my head. I couldn't handle either the pain of whatever may have happened or the disappointment that I'd caused myself. And when the cutting, it felt like punishment, like I'm punishing myself.
Talking to ordinary folks on the streets, you start getting an understanding why this is happening. In 2002, the World Population Review report pegged gender-based violence at 86%. 2023 saw those living below the poverty line totaling nearly 50% of the population, while unemployment is expected to reach 18% by the end of 2024.
If you are not employed and you are not getting enough support from the same family, you might think the option would be getting rid of yourself because you think you are a failure.
And experts say these socio-economic challenges trigger mental health complications that end up leading to suicide thoughts.
Those can be mainly associated with issues of poverty, unemployment, inability to also, deal with day-to-day life challenges that most of the time we encounter.
Meanwhile, people in Lesotho are doing their best to cushion themselves economically, selling whatever ways they can find to put food on the table, hoping that help will arrive soon to rescue them from this suicide scourge.
On its part, the government says it is already tackling the problem of mental health in schools and public gatherings, as well as crafting a treatment policy. But experts say as long as the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment are not resolved, incidents of mental health are likely to get worse, forcing many to turn to suicide as an escape route. Tuso Kumalo for VOA News, Maseru, Lesotho.
It's time for our health report, and joining us now is Jackson Vunganyi with the latest on HIV, AIDS, and mental health. Hello, Jackson.
Hello, Esther. Thursday is World Mental Health Day, and we want to bring your attention to the often overlooked link between HIV/AIDS and mental health struggles, including the alarming rates of suicide in African countries. And joining me now is Brian Ahimbisibwe, the Global Youth Ambassador with the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation. Brian is HIV positive and part of the first generation of young people who went on to live with HIV and not die from it. Today, however, he finds that many of those young people who have lived with the virus all their lives are dealing with social stigma, struggling to find love and to find jobs. Hello, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Jackson.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's a pleasure.
So, talk to me about some of the mental and emotional challenges faced by young people living with HIV/AIDS in Uganda and parts of Africa.
Young people growing up with HIV face several mental health challenges, including but not limited to suicide, which is the most common, rejection, self-doubt, and not being able to cope up with the communities within they live in, but also school dropout. I mean, I was in and out of school because of the mental challenges that I faced growing up amidst all the support that I had from the area psychosocial support clubs. So I imagine how much more the other young people growing up without this much support have to go through.
Absolutely. Why do you think this connection between HIV/AIDS and mental health is often overlooked or not even discussed at all?
You know, the HIV care and treatment programs in Africa are primarily about clinical treatment outcomes, and more often we do not give attention to the psychosocial support and mental health lens, and this predominantly is what we live in. I mean, I only have a few minutes or hours at the clinic, but back home I have all the time to myself, and this is when the reality of mental health draws in, and I'm wondering, should I take this medication, should I not, how long will I take it? The community around me is stigmatizing me, I have self-stigma within myself, and so why it's not something that has been given priority, and why it needs to be is that in that time is when I actually decide on whether to continue with this treatment or not. And in a way, it contributes to even the better treatment outcomes that the clinical arm intends to address.
What are some of the misconceptions or harmful stereotypes about living with HIV that contribute to this stigma?
Oh, I could spend the whole day talking about them, but one, stereotypes like you gonna live to a certain age, and beyond that age you will die.
There's a ceiling on how long you live.
Yes, on how long you live. The most common is you won't have a family. I mean, I'm married, I have children and I'm married to HIV negative partner. My daughter is HIV negative, and I'm imagining why all these stereotypes like the medicine, the antiretroviral therapy that we take is toxic or damages a part of our body system, or like so many challenges that attribute to this.
Why do you think these stereotypes still exist up to now? I mean, it's been over 30 years or 40 years since HIV/AIDS was discovered in Uganda, and I remember in the early days, the stigma obviously was one of the major issues that was stopping people from even interacting with people living with HIV/AIDS. Why has it been so persistent?
From a personal experience, growing up in the system and now being able to implement some of these programs, the one thing that stands out for me is treatment literacy. Like the communities, the world within the HIV treatment programs is aware of this, but the world within the outside community still is in the blankets of information gaps. There's still a lot of community sensitization that's needed to let people know that the world has evolved, especially the world of HIV, with innovation and better treatment outcomes, like maintaining your viral load undetectable, being able not to transmit it, which is one of the things that I found the best, alongside mental health and psychosocial support, and many others. So the biggest contribution to this for me is the treatment literacy. To imagine, and because it has evolved, the world imagines that everyone is aware of these HIV treatment innovations that have come up, but it's not. And so sensitization and getting the communities within or outside the HIV programs get to know of this would address it.
Creating more awareness.
Yeah, sure.
Brian, thank you so much for sharing your inspirational story. Thank you so much for joining us here today on Africa 54.
Thank you too, Jackson.
That was Brian Ahimbisibwe, a young man from Uganda living with HIV/AIDS, telling us about his story and the connection between HIV/AIDS and suicidal ideation. Back to you, Esther.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Thank you, Brian. And that's our show for today. Thank you, viewers, for watching.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The Kingdom of Bamoun was a Central African state in what is now northwest Cameroon. It was founded by the Bamoun, an ethnic group from northeast Cameroon. Its capital was the ancient walled city of Fumban. The Bamoun Kingdom was originally founded by the older brother of the Tika royal dynasty. The founding king, called a Fon or Mfon, was Inchari, a conqueror reputed to have crushed some 18 rulers. King Inchari founded the capital Fumban, then called Infomben. This first group of Tikar emigrants conquerors absorbed the language and customs of their new subject and were from then on known as Imbom. The kingdom was a composite multi-layered society of complex organization. Starting as a mere chiefdom, it established a multi-layered political structure of the ruler and the ruled through repeated conquest, subjugation, and peace agreements. Politically, the Bamoun king, Mfon, was the sole and paramount chief of the Bamoun 306. Wazaki states the paramount chief had subordinate chiefs, Mfontu, and rural village chiefs working under him. The king gave his collateral relatives royalty regions within the state to rule and develop, where they acted as founders and developed their respective lineages and clans. The royal family and princesses, who thus became the founders of lineages, were all given the title of Inji by the king. Basically, the term Inji means the king's child. However, not all Inji who had become village chiefs and regional leaders were originally princes. Court ministers, those awarded land, a wife or wives, and the labor force of the king employed for their services in war, those recognized as kings for their special kings despite their descent from the conquered, and those among the leaders of the conquered recognized as children of the Bamun king for their allegiance to the king or for appointment as regional chiefs also became Inji, and as village chiefs and regional chiefs assigned to several parts of the Bamun states. The economy of the kingdom was largely agricultural, and slave owning was practiced on a small scale. The Bamun kingdom traded with neighboring populations. They imported salt, iron, beads, cotton, goods, and copper objects. On account of the ability of the people of Bamun kingdom to trade outside their traditional borders, their income greatly improved, thus improving their standard of living. Another important element in the kingdom's history during German protection was the introduction of sweet potatoes, macabo, and other few foods, which helped the kingdom become more prosperous. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Bamun developed an extensive artistic culture. At their capital, Fumba, during Enjoyer's reign, 6 color dye pits were maintained. The Mbom also imported indigo, dyed raffia zone clothes from the Hausa as royal clothes. These royal clothes was called NTA, and Hausa craftsmen were kept at palace workshops to supply nobles and teach the arts of dyeing.
This is Diplomatic Ties on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. The Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, are United Nations initiatives to evolve a just, equitable, and human world. With the aim of transforming our world, the global initiatives with 17 goals have 169 targets and the promotion of the well-being of all ages. To talk more on the impact of Sustainable Development Goals on preservation of human rights, I have with me in the studio the Secretary General, United Town Agency, who is also the UN Special Consultant on Economic and Social Council, Eya Esif. Eya Esif, you're welcome to Diplomatic Ties.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. It is my pleasure to be here with you in the studio in NTA. National TV of Nigeria. I'm happy to talk about SDGs and to sensitize through your programs, government institution, experts, civil society. What is SDGs?
Okay, thank you very much. I am Nancy Godiamunihu. Stay with us. Once more, you're welcome, Eya Esif, to Diplomatic Ties.
Thank you.
Let's start like this. We have to start by you having to establish one thing. What is the relationship between the United Town Agency, UTA, which you are secretary to, and then the UN's SDG program?
Yes. Before I start, I would like to thank the Nigerian government, the General Assembly, National Assembly, the traditional rulers, the UTA staff here in Nigeria for hosting us, for welcoming us. It is really a great pleasure for me to be for the second time here in Nigeria. Also, I want to introduce the United Towns Agency to give an idea what is the organization, what's the relationship between the UTA and the United Nations. So founded in 1982, United Towns Agency have a special statute in the Economic and Social Council with the United Nations. Our main agenda is implementing SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, sensitize the international community, the civil society around the world. That is very important to adopt the SDGs agenda, and we are here to support them because there is a lot of mechanisms needed for each country, and also it depends on their economic, social, and political situation. So every country have a special situation that goes with a special kind of SDGs goals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So UTA implements the SDGs. You see to the implementation of the SDGs. Okay, in a nutshell, can you list some of the very crucial and human angle sustainable development goals, that touch on the world community?
Yes. First of all, sustainable development is to protect resources for the future generation. So we have, as a target, we need to support the infrastructure of peace. We have to say one day that there is no poverty, eradication of poverty, access to water, access to education, living in peace. So women empowerment, the children also, through the system of the United Nations. So all these goals should be supported by organization, international organization, and especially international cooperation organization like UTA. So since 1982, the agenda was not implemented. It was the Millennium Project, not the Sustainable Project. In the African Union, so they adopt the 163 goals toward 2063. So today, we are just focusing on the 17 goals. So for example, one of the main programs we are supporting is the deforestation. Why? Because if we keep cutting down trees and we cannot find alternatives to wood, so it will be a big environmental issues. And that's what's happening today, because climate change is real. We are facing this problem together, all nations, and we should act as one together. So our action plan is to implement new rules of law to avoid the deforestation and finding alternatives to wood to protect the forest, because the forest is like they give us oxygen, the trees.
Yeah,
if you cut down trees, for example, 4 square meters of trees can degage 2.5 tons of CO2 in the atmosphere, and it's not good. So we have to keep